One. Good morning. Welcome to the Council Committee of the Whole Budget Deliberations for 2025. Today is November 14th, 2024. Just for those who are watching, where we're going to start today, we have 5 items left on initiatives that were in the budget binder presented to Council for consideration. Then we will go through any items that were deferred to budget through standing committees, etc. We'll discuss those, and then we will have administration come back with the questions that have accumulated from yesterday and potentially this morning. So I'm going to turn it over to CFO White. I'm going to turn it over to Chief Glavin. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton.
We're on page 34, sorry for Council's knowledge.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. As part of the budget preparation, we looked at opportunities for service level reductions as well for council consideration. One of the ones that we identified was in our snow removal operations. Back in 2022, there was a comprehensive review of the city's snow and ice control policy that was presented to council. There were a couple key changes that improved levels of service. One was adding an additional round of residential, and that was achieved through the reduction of the trigger, which was formerly 13 centimeters of accumulation to 10 centimeters at a cost of approximately $250,000. The other improvement was an increase in snow removal from bus stops. The city has about 200 transit stops. The old standard was 96 business hours. And that was improved to 48 business hours. So if we were to revert back to the standards prior to the review, the reduction in costs would be approximately $325,000. Take any questions.
All right. So I know councillors have some questions. Recognizing Councillor O'Connor.
Good morning, Mayor Clayton. Can we have that? Okay. That screen back up on
34 for you.
Okay. Yeah. I have a little bit of difficulty with reducing snow clearing, but I'm willing to go along with it to see how it is. And then if we get complaints, then I would say we revisit it next year. So I will support the 250. However, the clearing of the transit stops, we fought very, very hard for our seniors and persons with disabilities to have a place where you can actually move when you're at the stop to try and get on the bus. So I will not support removing the transit stop snow clearing.
All right. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for this, Chief Glavin. A couple questions. Councillor O'Connor just mentioned the snow removal of the bus stops. So my question is, in regards to the proposed changes, it says that the stops would be cleared within 96 business hours. What's the context of that? Is it business hours like Monday to Friday, or are we talking like within 96 hours of the week?
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. That would be 96 business hours, so our shifts start at 10 p.m. Sunday and end 10 p.m. Friday for our regularly scheduled shifts, which means that any hours on the weekend would be overtime hours, and we would not consider them normal business hours.
Okay, no, that's good to know.
Can I just clarify on Chris's, Councillor Thiessen's, so starting at 10 p.m. for full days, basically?
So we have 5 regular business days. The first shift begins 10 p.m. Sunday night, and then the last shift ends Friday night at 10.
Friday. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so theoretically, it could get into the hundreds of hours before we actually clear those bus stops. Add another 48 to the 96 on top of that, in case like we had a huge dump on the Thursday, Friday. So my other question is, in regards to the 13 centimeters of snow accumulation, what's the best practice? I know we used to do this, and now we moved it to 10 centimeters. And in that best practice, what's likely easier on the equipment? I'm assuming 10 centimeter clearing is easier on the equipment.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I guess it would depend on a number of factors. Ice would probably be something that would be slightly more difficult to deal with, but I don't know that there would be a substantial. I don't think we have significant concerns on the trigger.
Okay, no, that's great. And my final question, real easy. What were we over in our snow removal, or what did we save in our snow removal budget last year?
As of right now, we are anticipating at least one rotation that we will not have to do this year. And depending on whether or not we get any snow between now and Christmas, I think it's possible there would be 2 rotations that we will not have had to do.
Okay, so is that like as far as costs, like 1.7 million? Or?
About 500,000 in contracted snow removal costs.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just my question's more, if I understand right, we have a stabilization fund. If the snow goes higher one year, it goes low another year. What's left in that fund right now from previous years? Do we have a
CFO Whiteway.
Thank you, through the mayor. We no longer have the specific reserve for snow removal variances, so that was that reserve fund was canceled and rolled into the financial stabilization reserve. So I have the Q3 financial reserve balance. Bear with me one sec. So if we look at the financial stabilization reserve as of September 30th, it was 18.3 million.
and overall, what's the overall budget for snow removal for all the line items? I know we're talking about one item today, but what's the overall snow removal budget?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. If you give me a couple minutes, we'll get you an exact.
And just while we're looking that up, I guess for me, I'm in support of the first one, but I guess the reason I'm asking those questions is if we tried this and we got through 2 cycles and it wasn't working, could council at that point make a decision to say this isn't working, we're going to go back to 10 centimeters, knowing that we'd have to just dip in the reserve or the financial stabilization reserve? Worst case scenario, is that an option for us to at least try this as a pilot? And then if it wasn't working, we could pivot gears.
Chief Glavin, how quickly could we change?
As far as changing the service level, if we decided to, I believe that we have our contractors on call. So we run a process where they submit their costs to us, and I believe it's a 3-year agreement that we have with them, and it would just be an additional rotation if we were to call them back in. So it would be no different that if we had 5 triggering events, and even though we only budget for 4, that would be one where we would be looking to utilize the stabilization reserve to manage that if we had a high snowfall year.
Okay, so we could be fairly nimble on this if we wanted to be. Okay, thanks for that.
Councillor Blackmore.
Well, I have to convert centimeters to inches in order to get a clear mind picture of what this looks like. So 10 centimeters is basically 4 inches. 13 centimeters is 5 inches, which is less than the depth of a pen. So I don't have any issue with it triggering being moved from 10 to 13. I know from long experience that if you have a winter with a lot of snow, we plow regardless of what we've determined is an appropriate budget. We don't stop plowing because we run out of budget. So I'm not worried about reducing the budget. I don't think that transit stops should be put on a 96-hour rotation, though. The reason that people are taking transit is often because they're, they already have enough handicaps in their life. They don't need a handicap trying to catch a bus. So I would not really be in favor of reducing the transit stop snow clearing, but I'm fine with residential, with a residential change. I don't think that that extra inch impairs people getting out of their driveways or to their jobs. So.
Thanks for your comments. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. My question in regards to the transit stops, the ones for the main bus depot in the city center, that is in a different rotation, is it not? Because in the core is a different level of service?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'd have to confirm that.
Okay. Yeah, if we could, because to my understanding, the core has a different level versus the residential side, or or the other streets. And then in the 10 to 13 centimeter difference, is there an anecdotal response to what that difference was when we switched back to 10 or down to 10? Did it make much of a difference as far as staffing and calling in contractors? Did it change much? Like, did we do an extra round by chance, or?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Since we changed service levels, we have not done the extra round, just because we haven't had sufficient snow to justify it.
Okay, thank you.
Recognizing Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Chief Glavin, I just want clarity on something. You'd mentioned 96 hours, and I assume that's for city equipment working on arterials. Does the overtime or the regular business hours also apply to our contractors that do the residential areas?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. They operate Monday to Friday.
Our contractors Monday to Friday as well?
At a set rate.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Clayton. When we had 13 before, I remember that whenever we get Chinooks, people getting stuck on their streets because it forms ruts, and that's the only concern. So I'm just wondering, how nimble can we be if we see that people are getting stuck on residential streets? And also in Richmond Industrial Park, they get wind drift. Will you respond, or your teams respond, to clear a street that's been drifted in?
Chief Glavin.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm not aware of any regular significant issues that occurred because of the 13 centimeters. We are aware on Richmond and some of the areas on the west side of the city, and a lot of our gravel roads in the rural area that do have drifting, and we do address those as they come up. I know that there was an issue in Richmond, I'm going to say 3 or 4 years ago, where we did have to send in crews more than once because of the drifting, and that was just an event that had a lot of snow across the city.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. As a person that sits on the Accessibility Advisory Committee, snow clearing around transit stops is a very hot topic in that community, and I would like to see this taken and not be implemented. I think that we need to make sure those transit stops are clear. We've got mums with children, we've got other people in walkers, and I think that this would be taking us back a step instead of going further ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. I wanted to discuss a couple parts of it, Chief Glavin. So remind those who are watching. So right now, arterials are cleared when?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Arterials are priority 1. They begin clearing immediately upon triggering, and I think we have them done typically within 24 hours. If you give me a minute, I'll get the exact timelines for each of the priority roads. Okay. I do have a couple answers to other questions. So regarding bus stops, we do have priority 1 and 2 bus stops. So priority 1's usually within 24 hours, and then priority 2's within 48 hours. And so all would be done within 48 hours or 48 business hours. And total snow removal cost budgeted is $6.2 million. And that is for everything, including the residential.
6 point what, sorry?
6.2.
So we were at 13 centimeters. It was reduced to 10. Now the consideration is reducing it back to 13. I'm quite intrigued by Councillor Palat's comment about a pivot. That would require a special council meeting or a council meeting of some sort to go outside our policy. What's the reality of that? You know, if we get 20 centimeters tonight, you're going to have more than and the changed. It's been, let's say hypothetically, it changed to 13. We had 20. Council needs 24 hours notice for, like, within 3 days you could pivot. Like, what's the reality of pivoting a policy or the operations? Sorry.
So as far as us operationalizing another round of snow removal, regardless of what, like if the trigger is 10 or 13, and maybe I didn't understand the question the first time, but we will go no matter what. So as soon as we hit a trigger, we just execute it, and we know that we're going to run a variance.
Okay, perfect. That clarifies. Thanks. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I've been thinking of a comment that Councillor Bosch had made or asked, and you replied. So when we went from 13 to 10, at 10, it was never activated for an extra round of clearing. It was always still at regular traditional levels. So the way I interpret this then is based on history since we've switched. It would only, there wouldn't be a change in service, but there would be a change in our budget based on implementation since the 10. Yeah.
Chief Glavin.
Yeah, essentially correct. And just for context, we had 1 year of the policy, and it was La Nina weather effect, so we were naturally going to get less snow last year. So there isn't a lot of history with the new service level.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I don't see any other questions, so I'm going to move on to the Entertainment District Feasibility Study, and I'll turn that one over to Chief Lemieux. Or sorry, Chief Glavin. It says Invest Grande Prairie, so okay.
I'm prepared to speak to this
Thank you,
one.
Chief Lemieux.
Apologies for the mix-up. The Entertainment and Recreation District Feasibility Study is something that's been identified in the Council strategic priorities. So we have left it in the capital plan, but it is unfunded. So the net capital budget impact, we estimate at $100,000 should council wish to proceed with this. It is unfunded at this time, so it would require a motion at some point to implement this. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Perfect. So I don't see anybody jumping up or down. No one in the queue. There we go. Councillor Blackmore.
I do see this as having value at some time in the future. I would be perfectly happy to move it ahead a year and leave it unfunded.
Okay, perfect. Moving to business, I think that's valid. Just because I'm going to. Can I ask one more snow removal question? Chief Glavin, do you have any comparables to mid-sized cities in regards to overall snow removal budgets? Don't need it right now. If you know it right now, great, but later if you can come back if we have that data. If we don't, fair enough.
I'm reasonably sure I don't have it immediately available, but something we could put together. But it would, yeah.
I just telling a story here of, although we are a winter city, we have a great snow removal service, and I'm curious in the comparables to our other colleagues. Moving on to the community group capital requests. This is another initiative forward, and I'm going to turn this one over to Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with regards to the climbing wall, we're showing in your budget book that we have $421,465. That is money that's already allocated in the management budget. We have that in front of you for discussion because we want direction whether Council wishes us to proceed with the engineering and design phase to determine what the full scope of the project will be. So we'd like to gauge Council's interest in us moving ahead with the design and engineering. The reason we're having this discussion is, as you know, the climbing wall group has appeared in front of committee and basically indicated that they foresee the total project cost at $1 million, and they intend on doing some fundraising and also phasing in the project. So before we go ahead and start the engineering and design phase, we just wanted to confirm with Council that you wish for us to proceed with that.
Okay, perfect. Open it up for conversation questions, recognizing Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks a lot, Mayor Clayton. Thanks, Chief Lemieux. In regards to moving forward, I think I'm all game, but we're going to move forward with the climbing wall people, right? I had it in my notes. We got $400 and some thousand, and they asked for $1 million. So since they're going to be the user group running it, I suppose that they would be right front and center. So that design process we'd include them, and we'd look at their overall $1 million scope of the project.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor. For me, yeah, let's move forward with this. It's already allocated. We've discussed it, and the Climbing Wall Association is gung ho to get this started. So, my opinion is to move forward.
Councillor O'Toole, opportunity for questions for administration.
Yes, I was wondering, they said that they were interested and looking forward to putting some money ahead. How much money do you feel that they, or have they mentioned in public, that they would put in towards this project?
I can't recall their fundraising goals. Do you remember, Chief Lemieux?
I don't believe they gave us a number. They have a fairly new executive, so they haven't firmed up any of those numbers yet.
They had implied that they were going to apply for some grants and start fundraising, I think.
Absolutely. Fundraising is one of their top priorities.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to the project going ahead. I just kind of was curious about how much money they were going to put in. Anyhow, we don't know that answer right now, but thought I would mention it.
Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, correct me if I'm wrong. They did mention that they're willing to fundraise up to $1 million, but they need a letter for them to go and get grants, and that letter would help them. Also, I remember in their presentation that they didn't want to phase it because they'd prefer to have everything to be able to get it all done. So I think it's important that we go ahead, get the engineering done, and see what they come to the table with. Well, did you hear that or not?
Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you are correct that they would prefer to do the entire project, but the entire project in their view is $1 million. Certainly, I think that when we do the engineering, I think we would have to request one of the options being how do we phase this in. I know that's not their preference, but if we don't phase it in, it could be years before it's built. So I think that we'll have to look at that option.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Definitely would love to see this project go ahead. I'm just more curious, have we done kind of a look at what this will have for impact for revenue to the ARC facility or whatever facility this would go in? I would assume that we're going to have a lot more users coming to a building now. And are they paying drop-in fees once this is established, or how does that look moving forward?
Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been some preliminary thoughts and discussions, but again, they're very preliminary, but we'll take that into consideration in our discussions with the climbing wall, because it will have an impact on that facility.
Yeah, and so just on the impact side, I definitely would like to see the project go ahead. Is this meaning one less pickleball court, or I guess once we get engineering drawings back, like it'll take some space out of that facility, but just more of a revenue neutral, as I guess, because I know we do have a fair amount of pickleball happening in that facility now. So just more for comments for Ben.
Chief Lemieux.
And for sure, Madam Chair, that information will come back to Council as part of the planning process.
Great, thank you.
That was one of my questions. I had another question. I think it was to address Councillor O'Connor, if I recall correctly, but I'll confirm. I have sent the letter of support for their grant applications. I recall reading it, so I'm pretty sure it's gone to them. This money, Chief Lemieux, has no impact on the 2025 budget, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So it was more to gauge council's interest and an opportunity for questions. So I'm going to move on to the next item for initiatives, which is the Nitehawk initiative. Turn that one over to Chief Lemieux as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there are 3 requests from Nitehawk. The first one is for snowmaking guns in the amount of $63,375. The second request is for a snowcat replacement in the amount of $60,000. And the third ask is for an increase to their operational funding in the amount of $50,000. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Berg.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So, Chief Lemieux, I have to assume that our other regional partners are also involved in getting these same budget asks or similar from Nitehawk?
Chief Lemieux.
Yes and no, and what I mean by that is there are some ongoing conversations between the city, the county, and the MD at this time. The MD currently funds 50% of the operations. We fund 25%, and the county funds 25%. There are ongoing conversations about whether that funding formula will remain the same, but that's the current formula.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. Chief Lemieux, this 63,000, 50,000, that's at 25%, just for clarity?
Chief Lemieux.
Yes, so that would be the city's share.
Yeah, the 25%. Okay, thank you.
I'll confirm that, but that's my understanding. So I'll
Okay.
confirm that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
Always kind of torn when it comes to Nitehawk because, well, I recognize that our citizens, our residents, are definitely the primary users of Nitehawk. There's also a lot of people from the MD who use facilities in the city, and I don't really think that we have. I don't think we're getting cash from the MD to accommodate that. And additionally, the MD is definitely a lot wealthier than the city of Grande Prairie. So I'm always really, I'm torn between whether or not we should be paying our 25% because of the number of residents who are using the hill, or whether or not we say, well, yes, our residents are using your hill, but your residents are definitely using many, many services inside the city. So I'll probably be neutral on this. I just don't know how I feel about it. I don't know.
When we come to vote, you pick one or the other.
So, so my general question is either to fellow councillors to think about that, or to administration. We don't, Shane, we don't receive any MD money, do we?
Mr. Burke, seeing a head shake.
No, we don't have any cost sharing agreements with the MD.
Okay, I'll have to think about this. Thanks.
Councillor Keeson.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thank you, Chief Lemieux. I'm looking at the slide here about the $50,000 ongoing increase, but in her book it says that Nitehawk is requesting an additional $50,000 due to anticipated reduced municipal funding. So it seems to me like a request for $50,000 would be asking for an increase when we're not decreasing it. So has the MD or the county intimated that they are looking to reduce funding to Nitehawk?
Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, those talks are ongoing, so it'd be speculation. Certainly, I think that Nitehawk is worried that the MD wants to decrease their contribution, but again, those talks are ongoing, so I'd be speculating.
Okay, no, I've heard similar things too. Thanks, Chief Lemieux.
I can update for public information that the Reeves and myself are having a meeting regarding that around funding. Councillor Bressie.
So I guess my question is, if this is an operational ask that might be actualized ongoing, why is the suggestion this year to have the operating dollars come out of the capital budget?
Chief Lemieux. Sorry.
Maybe I'll get Chief Whiteway to help me with that one.
Yes, sorry, and perhaps it's not presented quite well, but we are not proposing 50,000 from capital, just the 63 for snowmaking guns and the 60 for snowcat replacement, and then the 50,000 would impact taxation if it was to be added to the budget.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
I had a question in regards to the snowmaking and the snowcat, Chief Lemieux. Do you know how imperative this is? Will they make less snow this year if they don't get it, or is this just going to be, they're going to be able to make even that much more snow? And what's the shelf life on the snowcat that they're replacing if it were to be something that was dealt with next year after we've had some conversations with our municipal colleagues? I'm wondering some timing on that.
So I will, I'll ask my staff to help answer that question, but I do have an answer with regards to, is a capital ask the city's portion? The answer to that is yes, that's our portion, or 25%.
So the 25% is the 63,375 and the 60,000.
That's correct.
Okay. No, the operational ask, is that 25% as well?
I'll get an answer to that one.
Thank you. All right, so I see no further questions on that one. That is the list of initiatives and opportunities. So we're going, I apologize, there is one more that got added. I'm going to turn that one over to Interim Chief Tarrant.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So this, final one is $80,000 towards economic corridors. Invest Grande Prairie has identified a number of opportunities to look at aligning some strategic lands within the city with some of the emerging and some of the opportunities for economic growth. So we're looking at $80,000 to provide for a study to help us align those different strategic assets with the opportunities out there.
Perfect. Thanks for that introduction. As council's aware, there is often conversations that are of strategic nature. This is one of those opportunities, and I don't think council has any questions on this because we have recently talked about this. So no, I think you're good. No questions. So that summarizes the initiatives and opportunities. I'm going to turn it over to CFO Whiteway as we move on to the operating budget referrals specifically. Then we'll come back with all the accumulated questions from the initiatives and operating questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So there was specifically 4 items referred to budget throughout the year. So for city operations, the GPPS request for tax funding was presented at Council Committee of the Whole on October 29th, where Police Commission Chair Dan Wong and Police Chief Dwayne Lacusta presented the GPPS operating budget for 2025 to 2028. So the total amount of funding required by GPPS was requested at $34.6 million, and it has been built into management's budget. But just as a budget referral, it will remain on this list to be either approved as presented or amended. On March 11th, 2024, it was requested that administration bring back a breakdown of stormwater costs within the city's annual budget. This was presented yesterday during the opening presentation. On April 30th, 2024, it was requested that administration prepare and present a full jurisdictional scan of fees, rates, and charges related to recreation in the city. This was presented yesterday as well, and emerging opportunities were both built into management's proposed budget, as well as further opportunities were presented for council consideration. Finally, Nitehawk appeared as a delegation on July 23rd and requested that their annual operating funding from the city be increased by $50,000. This referral was just discussed and included in the community group opportunities for consideration. In terms of next steps, as the GPPS budget request has been incorporated in management's budget, council may approve as presented or amend to their choosing. Approval as presented would maintain the 4.75% tax rate as proposed by management. Only amendments to GPPS's request would impact the proposed tax rate. For the breakdown of stormwater costs or the jurisdictional scan of fees, rates, and charges related to recreation, if council is satisfied with administration's presentation or if further detail is required. And lastly, Nitehawk's operating funding, as I said, has been their normal operating funding, has been built into management's budget. So they are currently approved to receive $50,000 already. This was approved on June 19th during Council Committee, June 19th, 2023, I should clarify, during Council Committee of the Whole's community group funding meeting. So an amendment as presented in the additional opportunities section would require additional $50,000 of operating funding. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Recognizing Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just in case somebody's watched, they fell out of their seat at that GPPS number. I just think it's important to point out that that also includes about $17 million for RCMP invoice, as well as mobile reach enforcement services. That's not $34 million that the GPPS on its own is spending next year.
Thanks for the clarification. Appreciate that. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just with I know with GPPS and we're running it through ours and with staffing. I'm just curious on how the transition funding affects that. Is there any transitioning money that'll come out of the transition funding to offset any of these expenses?
CFO Whiteway.
Thank you for through the mayor. That is net, so that is the tax requirement to operate. As Councillor Bressy said, RCMP, GPPS, Commission, Mobile Outreach, and Enforcement Services. So that is the net amount required from taxation.
Okay, so is it a higher number, and then we're using some of the reserves? There's some of the money for the transition, like just trying to understand how that transition money is being allocated and where it's being flown
Yeah.
Whiteway.
Certainly. I can refresh a little bit on Chair Wong and Chief Lacusa's presentation, and I'll bring that back after.
Thank you.
All right. I see no other questions regarding these items that were referred to budget and then classified as operational. So I'll ask Ms. Whiteway, is there now an accumulation of answers to some of the questions?
Yeah, administration be prepared to go through yesterday's questions.
Sorry, just give me a sec. You guys need some time for you're good? Okay. Go ahead.
I just need 2 minutes to bring it up and we'll go through them.
Okay, thanks.
Thank Mayor Clayton. What we'll do is I'll perhaps start and then we'll go through each chief's corresponding questions, if that works. All right, I'll start first. We had a request to bring back the amount of assessment growth and corresponding taxation for 2023, 2024, and then the basis of our budget going forward. So when we look at 2023, we did see 62 million of residential new assessment and 5 million of non-residential, which is a total of 67 million. This did result in 750,000 of growth in taxation. In 2024, residential new assessment was 58 million. Non-residential was 16 million for a total of 74. This also produced around 750,000. So on that, just to note in terms of growth, so remembering the different mill rates between residential and non-residential will impact the amount of growth that ends up coming to fruition. And our estimates for next year of 650 are based on a $46 million residential new assessment and 12 million in non-residential. Certainly. Yeah, total 58, and that the budget was set at 650,000.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton, and thanks for the further information on this. Appreciate it. I'm still a little confused on this because in 2023 we had 74 housing starts, and in 2024 we had 149, and yet the amounts were higher in 2023 for what we're seeing was residential, almost, and then even though we almost doubled the permits in 24, the amount dropped. So I'm still confused with that, and then I'm why are we forecasting we're going to have a significant drop in housing revenue and starts? Like why are we going from 58 to 46? We're forecasting 46 million in 2025.
Yeah. Certainly. So I'll go through a few things on that. So first of all, permitting won't exactly tie to growth. We have institutions that, Northwest Polytech might pull a permit. They're a non-taxable entity. We have lots of not-for-profits within the city and other non-taxable entities. Additionally, we are expecting a loss in residential tax as well next year with the government's change to exempt affordable properties. So we will see, I think it's around 75,000 of less taxation as a result of that already. So that needs to be considered in that growth number of 650,000. So just a reminder, so 2025 growth is new tax dollars, which would relate to construction that occurs this year. So 2025 would be the first time the new construction's taxed. So properties have been inspected in the late summer. We estimate what their condition will be as of December 31st. And then growth would include completed projects, partially completed projects, so any of the supplementary bills. Growth for 2025 would also include an estimate for a number of homes that may not be started, but we think might start. So the assessors do go and look at what the trends have been, what's out there now, and what's planned to happen, and that's what they had based their estimate on. So it is because taxation is always based on the prior year assessment, that timing is going to impact growth estimates as well. So that's one indicator. Partially completed homes, the supplementary, for example. So if you had partially completed home in 2023, you would have got a partial tax bill, then your final tax bill in 2024. If the construction was completed in 24, it hits the tax roll for 25. So once you're completed, you get your first tax bill in 25. The difference from 2024 growth to 2025 growth, for example, is that we had a lot more non-residential growth. For 2024, we had 300,000 worth of non-residential growth out of the 750. So one thing to note is that I believe it was East Haven that would have come on in 24, which would have made the residential a bit higher. We're not expecting any new residential subdivisions to come on like we did last year.
So I guess for me, I'm just going to appreciate the information. I'm still confused that if we're saying 23 builds for 24 and yet 24 was 74 million from 23, wouldn't that be building to 25? Like the commercial component should be building into 25. My other question is do we forecast things when we're looking at growth? Do we take into account the lowest vacancy rate we've had in a long time? Interest rates are dropping, rental prices are increasing. These are all components that actually will drive housing. So I'm still really confused on why we're forecasting 20% less housing starts next year and revenue from housing. And on the earlier one, I'm just still, I guess from a project, I'll look at when I've done projects halfway through the year, as Chief Whiteway is saying, is half done a project, the bill comes in for 3,000. The next year it gets finished, it gets realized at the full amount. And so all these items in 2024, even though we've had $74 million worth of growth, a lot of that money will get realized in 25. And so I'm still struggling with this number, and I'll be looking at making a motion to increase at some point. I just want to get my head around what I think is the number that it should be. I appreciate administration trying to not overinflate numbers and try to overinflate things. But we're in a market cycle right now where I don't think signaling to the community that we think we're going to have less growth is the right thing to be signaling right now. There's nothing for indicators that I can see that would actually signal that. So.
Okay, so I guess my only other question, and then I'll move on, is just in regards to rural renewal and what that cost was. Okay, that was 100,000 is what we estimate is the cost annually for rural renewal. That was part of the provincial impacts presentation yesterday. And I suppose I could go to Chief Tarrant right now, and then we'll go around.
Turn on your mic and ask a question.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. We on the immigration stream, do we get any funding from the province for rural renewal or for that program at all?
CAO Burke has some comments.
No, we don't, and that 100,000 is our estimation of the staff time required. So it's not all in one person, but we did an estimation through our budget review, and it's 100,000 of city funded, no provincial funding.
Okay, and looking forward and invest budget into the future, is that still a position we'll have in 2025 and beyond, or?
There was no new money the council approved for that position. It was using existing resources. We are continually reviewing that program, and if there came a point where we didn't think we should proceed, we'd have that discussion about a future budget. But it was built from internal resources that we've had to maintain for 2025, but it's under continuous review here.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Chief Whiteway, if you wanted to introduce I don't know who's next on your list. But I don't recall the order, sorry.
Well, and so I'll go to Chief Tarrant right now, and then we can keep going.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So a couple questions came our way. First off, during the Invest Grande Prairie economic update, there was a number of questions regarding some of the statistics and data that were presented. I have provided all those in an email to council. So if there's any questions that come out of those, please feel free to ask. But we feel that we've captured all the questions that were needed to be answered there. The next one was in regards to some of the questions regarding sponsorship. So we will provide that, and as was requested by a couple councillors, that we can provide that in a more detailed format at a later date through a report. There was a question regarding the electors list and the registry and whether there was going to be annual costs for that. There are going to be no ongoing annual costs. The software that we anticipate using for the electors list will cost about $45,000, but we only need to pay that sort of each use of each time that's needed. So basically, each election or each by-election, there will be roughly a $45,000 cost. There are also some capital expenses, mostly for computers and tablets, in the range of $20,000 to $30,000 that will be needed to maintain the list, and that equipment may serve more than one election cycle. But there is no ongoing cost in between elections for that. The final question I had was regarding the regional economic development and what percentage of the Invest Grande Prairie budget is related to that. So we have about $370,000, which is included within the Invest Grande Prairie budget. Of that, that's roughly about 27% that is of the Invest Grande Prairie budget that will be allocated to regional elective and some of those broader investment attraction and strategic initiatives part of Invest Grande Prairie. That concludes the answers to the questions.
Councillor Platt.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton, and appreciate the numbers on that. Just curious, I guess we've now said them publicly. Do we have a sense of scale what the county and the MD are looking at with this regional economic development? I love that we're actually signaling that we see that as a big thing, because I think that's a big catalyst for our region. Just curious if we have a sense of what the county and the MD are thinking.
CAO Burke.
And just more specifically, all that wasn't for regional economic development. The question was linked to investment attraction, so only a portion of that would have been allocated to regional economic development. We've had some discussions, but their councils haven't identified specific funds at this time. They are interested in they made the commitment they are interested in providing some funding, but they're going through similar discussions as we are right now. That'll be a more formal discussion of the actual committee to determine what a budget would be at a later date. I think we've allocated sufficient where we think we are, but not prepared to say exactly where that lands yet.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to go to Chief Lemieux next, if that's okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just a couple answers on questions that were asked this morning about Nitehawk. So the 50,000 operating ask is also the city's portion, so 25%. Had questions on the snow-making guns. So upgrades to the automation and new equipment like the snow guns are to allow increasing efficiency for staff and thereby leading to a faster opening of the slopes in the fall. And the snowcat purchases are set up as long-term savings plans to acquire a new snowcat every 5 or 6 years when replacement outweighs annual maintenance costs. So those are answers to the two questions we got this morning. From yesterday, there was a question around the activity and reception center utilization. So the numbers are as follows. Drop-in visits, 5,934 participants so far this year. That's up 15% from 2023, so very good utilization. Programming at the ARC, 353 participants in 24 programs and 7 weeks of summer camps. And in terms of rentals of the facility, 224 hours booked, which in 2024, which is comparable to 2023. Regarding fees, while drop-in did not have a proposed increase, we have proposed a 4% increase for punch passes as well as increase for facility rentals. There was a question about pickleball use at ARC, and are we charging more? So the answer is no, there's no increase in dropping rates. So the rates remain the same, but there is a 4%, or full court rentals did increase by about 4%. So that's for the Activity and Reception Center, in case there are any questions there.
Just wanted to clarify on that one, and then I had a comment before I go to those in the queue. Currently, right now, the structure of the pricing, remind me of the Activity Reception Center, is intended to be a low-cost recreational facility. However, would you say that the reduced price is in favor of youth, or is it reduced proportionately to all sectors?
Anyone under 3 is free. Individual drop-in fee remains at $5, and family drop-in remains at $15.
Okay, so it's, you're 10 years old, you're paying the same as an adult who's going there to play pickleball.
That's correct, but remember that there's free use, drop-in use after school.
Right, you bet. Okay, thanks for the information. Before we go to those in the queue, I just want to remind Council, in regards to the list of opportunities and initiatives that were put forward, my intent is to only have discussion and debate on the items that somebody makes a motion about. So, love to hear all your voices, but I don't want to hear your opinions unless we're discussing or debating a motion. Okay? Thanks. Councillor Blackmore.
The $50,000 request for operating costs from Nitehawk is, I feel like I should know this, but I'm not pulling it out of my head. Is this the only operating money we would be giving them, or do we give them a regular amount?
I think Chief Whiteway's got that information.
Chief Whiteway?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, we currently have budgeted in 2025 as approved community group funding in June of 2023, $50,000. So they're already going to get $50,000 built into management's budget.
So this will bring it to a total of 100.
Correct.
Okay.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Under the fees and charges, can I just, looking through the Eastlink Center, it looked like, between 3 and 5% increases were kind of across the board on what we're proposing there. I guess out of the 54-ish or 5,600 drop-ins at ARC, do we know how many of those would be adults?
I'll try and get those numbers. I don't have the breakdown. I'll try and get the numbers. So you want to know how many are adults?
Yeah, and I guess, I would appreciate that. I guess I'm struggling with that. These facilities continually cost more to operate, and I love that ARC was built and designed to be a low-cost facility, but I don't think we can just not pass some expenses along to that facility at some point. So I'll be thinking about a motion. I love that we got the under 3 free, but $15 for a family to drop in, super great value. You can't even go to a movie for one person for $15. So I want to keep it affordable, but I also I'm concerned that we are going to get into the spot where we don't increase it, and then next year we don't increase it, and then we're going to have to do a substantial increase at some point. And I'd rather see us stepping these facilities so that we don't get into the spot where at some point we're making a dramatic impact on what the cost would be for somebody going. So I'll give that some thought, but just wanted to signal council I'm struggling with that we're not increasing the rates a little bit on that facility every year as well.
Just a comment, I think maybe in that breakdown, Chief Lemieux, I think it's valuable information to see the adult numbers during the day. I think it's more likely that adult coming with children from the neighborhood in the evenings is probably where the intended of the low cost. Those who are dropping in the day primarily are probably same types of customers that we have at the Eastlink. We're just choosing that one for proximity. So the more details, the better, if at all possible. Thanks.
Thank you.
Chief Glavin. Oh, sorry, Chief Lemieux, did you have more?
I have many more answers.
Okay.
Many more
You
questions.
tell me when you're done.
So there were questions about our interpretive programs and how do we set service levels and how do we determine the number of participants and how well used are those programs. So typically those interpretive programs, participation is close to 90% capacity, so very well subscribed to. We set the maximum capacity for each program based on the number of instructors available, and regarding ratios, it's very dependent on the age and what they are doing. For example, cooking classes would have a smaller number than perhaps a different activity. And we strictly adhere to the Child Care Act and licensing guidelines. So, for example, children under 12 months, you'd have to have one instructor for every 3 participants, while if you had children age 6 and older, one instructor could look after 15 participants. So it's very much depending on age. And so we do follow those particular guidelines. There was also a further question with regards to programs. The winter, spring, and fall programming was shown as $85.28. So people want to know, is that a daily rate or weekly rate? So the cost per program and programs vary in length. So the number that we showed you is average for a program, but a program could be learn to play ball hockey, for example, 6 sessions, 1 hour per session. Fun with food is 4 sessions, hour and a half per session. So the program cost will vary depending on the length and number of sessions. So that's the answer to that question. There was a question around interpretive events and program numbers. So Folk Tales, I told you, was sold out. It was sold out this year with 180 participants. The Girl Zone program filled 79 of 80 spots, so just about full. Halloween spectacular history. It's budgeted at $2,000. However, there's flexibility in all those programs. For example, last year, unfortunately, the Winter Festival wasn't well subscribed because it was so cold. So we saved some money there. So sometimes we'll spend a little bit more on other programs. Halloween spectacular this year we spent $4,500, but the budget is $2,000. There was a question about Experience GP and could we scale that back. So Experience GP is a scalable event. And events and entertainment team will work within the council's allocated budget. The largest expense for Experience GP is the artists, the cost of the artists. So to reduce costs, we could consider booking less expensive artists. And there are some other options that we could look at if council wishes to reduce the cost of that particular event. There were questions with regards to the Recreation Access Program. So in addition to subsidies from Jumpstart and Kids Sports, the Recreation Access Program does provide financial support to ensure all Grande Prairie residents have access to leisure, recreation, and fitness opportunity. The program offers a 75% subsidy on applicable membership, and there's a formal application process for people to go through. The eligibility is based on income. So, and we follow the low-income cutoff level established by Stats Canada, but we offer, we reduce that further by 30%. So, for example, a 2-person family, the cutoff income level is $37,000. 4-person family, the cutoff would be $55,000. So it's very much based on income. There was a question about, do we run a variance if we run out of budgeted recreation access program subsidies? So if the demand for the RAP increases significantly, management may adjust other funding allocations to prioritize RAP support without exceeding the allocated budget. So we try very hard not to turn people down. And just for further information on RAP, at the end of Q3 of this year, applications that have been approved support 1,523 individuals. And year to date, we have provided $141,000 worth of RAP subsidies, and our budget is approximately $285,000. So that's the information on the Recreation Access Program. There was a question around Eastlink Fitness Center. Did we compare gym prices locally? So the recent fees and charges review that we did compared rates across similar municipalities and facilities, including amenities like aquatics and arenas. Now, the Eastlink Center does not offer a pass solely for fitness. So therefore, we did not do a local comparison with local gyms because it's not comparing apples to apples. But we have included a 4% increase in overall membership fees, which includes access to the fitness center. There was a question about scanning, self-scan options at the Eastlink Center. So Eastlink Center did implement a self-scan option at the fitness center. So members self-scan at the fitness center. If drop-in users still have to check in at the West Desk. So, and we're continuing to look at are there other opportunities for self-scan. So we'll continue working on that. There was a question about CKC fees. Did we use Red Deer and Strathcona County as comparators? The answer is yes. There's a question about the Ribfest at Bonnet's parking lot. Do we charge for rental of the parking lot? So the answer is yes. All events held at the H.A. Rice Plaza and use of a parking lot there's a fee for those. There was a question around events parking package at Bonnet's. So the ticketing system that we have right now does include an option for parking. So it would be easy for us, instead of having another system, we would use the current ticketing system. The analysis that was done currently includes only concerts and storm hockey games. There was a question about how much average cost for a parking stall. $20 is what the average would be for a parking stall on the east parking lot. And the question around, well, what's the cost to manage that? The guest services staff would manage the parking area for events, and once the spots are filled, then those guest services would be reassigned to other roles inside the venue. So we'd use existing guest services staff for that. There were questions about fire revenue package. That was with regards to the vehicle fires, charging for vehicle fire response and motor vehicle collision. So the MVC and vehicle fire net revenue in the package was based on the following. So we would bill in accordance with our existing fees and services rates, which are the same as the provincial rates that the province. So this works out to an average estimated bill of $1,000 per incident. We're proposing to use a contracted adjuster to manage that for us. And expenses for this contractor have been represented in the net revenue that I provided to you yesterday. And if the province or the insurance provider doesn't pay for the incident, we'd consider that to be unrecoverable debt, and we'd probably leave it there unless we're directed otherwise. So so we've looked at the number of responses that we would have, and that's how we estimated the projected revenue. And I had a question from Councillor Thiessen yesterday with regards to membership revenue from people that are 80 years and older and 75 years and older at East Link Center. So I'm going to send an email to all of council so you have the answer. That's ready to go. So I'll send that out here very shortly. And Madam Chair, that answers the questions I received yesterday.
Okay. A couple questions in the queue. Councillor O'Connor, start.
Just for clarification, Chief Lemieux, I'm just curious, is that a $20 per day charge or is that a yearly charge? If it's a yearly charge, I have a problem with that. That's too low.
It's $20 per event.
Per event.
That's correct.
So you go to a Storm game, you're going to pay $20 in parking?
The Storm game could be a little bit less, but average $20. You go to a concert, you're going to pay $20.
Okay, thank you.
See no further questions in the queue. I'll go to Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. We'll start off with a question on what the cost is to maintain traffic cameras on an annual basis. These maintenance activities are usually conducted when we do other signal work, so it's usually not a trip solely to do this. But if we were to isolate the costs and make an estimation, it would be somewhere around $5,000 to $10,000 per year to do that work. The next one here, we had a question on conventional transit and what the current spend per trip is. Over the last 2 years, I'm going to give 2023 was on average $8.29 per trip, and 2024 is $6.18 per trip, and that's just due to increased amount of people on buses. Business licensing. There's a question on who else charges for business license fees. Difficult to give you an answer as far as a census of who does what, but of the top 20 most populous towns and cities, it appears that all of them have business license fees ranging from around $100 to $234 annually for a comparable business license fee. There are some anomalies in there. Some municipalities do tiering, so some will have like a tier 1 business fee that might be $50. In Edmonton, that would be like a farmer's market vendor. And then they also have tier 5 fees, which are $600 and some annually. So it depends on where you are. The most comparable one in Edmonton, for example, was like $234 annually for what we would be charging all businesses that were resident businesses. There was also a question on operational costs to implement the business license fee as presented. As we currently have all of the businesses in our system, there's not going to be a significant change in operations for having the new fee. There's likely going to be some additional effort on compliance with the new fee, but there's not going to be a significant difference as we already currently issue those business licenses to those businesses today. The operational costs of business licensing are currently $118,000 annually.
That's all your questions?
There is one for today just on the service level for snow clearing. Priority 1 roads are within 24 hours, priority 2 and 3, 5 business days, and residential within 10 business days.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thanks, Chief Glavin. I just missed 2024 transit per ride 6, and I missed the cents.
$6.18.
Awesome. And I just really do want to commend administration and the work that went into that. That's a 25% decrease in the cost per trip. And for me personally, that's the transit financial metric that I'm most interested in. And so really impressed with the work that went into that. Really happy to see that below 7, which is where I've always wanted to get it below. So good job, administration.
I just have a random question for the CFO. If I know we have an agreement with our county colleagues in regards to traffic light maintenance, let's call it. Does that get applied to that operational, or does it just go to general revenue?
I'd have to refresh myself and go confirm.
Okay, thanks. I don't need it today. Not a big. I was just curious. Okay, so now, council, we're actually going to. CFO Whiteway has one more item, and following that, we're going to take a 15-minute break.
Okay, I have just a few more answers to a few things that were asked yesterday and this morning. So just in terms of where are we? The ERP contract, specifically the licensing costs. So I did confirm there is no escalator built into that agreement. The impacts and changes would be based on licensing numbers. So that was the answer to that one. In terms of IT support for GPPS, we are covering most of those cross charges through the transition grant. As an employee becomes non-transition funded, then it would impact taxation, but most of them are now covered by the transition grant. The airport reserves, we're asked to confirm the reserve has $8.77 million as of December 31st, 2023. And then my other, in terms of GPPS, so the transition funding being used for 2025. So Councillor Plott, you had asked about the revenue and expenses there. So the total expenses that were presented in GPPS budget was $47.3 million. So that's the total for policing services costs. But there is $12.7 million of revenue included. So that's where you get the net of the 34. And of that, the transition grant is $7.34 million.
That's the portion that's applied to it.
Correct. That'll be the transition revenue recognized for 2025's budget. And lastly, court fines. So when we look back, 2023, we had budgeted $15.1 million in total court fine. The whole line item of fees, licenses, court fines, licenses and permits, those sorts of things, as well as facility rentals. That total budget was $15 million. We only actually collected that year 10.2, and the biggest, of course, difference being the $4 million shortfall on court fine revenue. So that was 2023's trend. 2024, we moved to decrease the budget. We went with a lower budget of $13 million overall, and so far, year to date, we've collected $5.3 million, and we are forecasting a $2 million shortfall. So as a result, 2025's budget was $10.9 million.
Can I just get you to, just sort of for those who might be watching, because we didn't discuss the policing operational budget because it was previously discussed with the council. So at a high level, a synopsis of page 28, which really explains the initial operational budget was $35.6 million, and then the change for 2025 is forecasted to be 34.6. So there's a forecasted savings of $1 million there. And if I've said anything incorrect, please correct me. But if you can just do a high level for those who might be watching in regards to operational policing budget.
So the chair and the police chief had presented to Council Committee of the Whole 2 weeks ago, and they had presented the operational budgets for all areas within policing services. So GPPS, there's a transition funded portion and a tax funded portion. We still maintain our RCMP contracted services, and as well we fund mobile outreach and enforcement. When we look at the budget, the net $34 million is what's required from taxation, but they do have other revenue sources that net into that. So they did propose $47 million in total expenses, but are applying some transition funding. The revenues associated with tickets and permits and those sorts of items are not included in GPPS budget and are included within the city budget. So there is a budget of $10.9 million of revenues within fiscal services as well that have been included for 2025. Is there anything else, Mayor Clayton? But
Councillor Bosch and Palat, I think you have questions?
Not necessarily a question, Mayor Clayton. I guess for me, and I know we're trying to work through the GPPS, but I just find it very confusing how we're allocating it if it's 47 million and then we've got grants and we've got transitions. For the community, I'd love to see a format where they could actually see that. I find it hard to navigate through to figure that out personally, but that was just my comment to Councillor Bosch on a sidebar. I find it quite confusing to actually get what the revenue is, what the transition funding is, and you have to reference many parts within our budget. So maybe just a comment for future budgets, if we could find a way to make this a little bit easier and more transparent for the community to see what the actual costs, expenses, revenues are to that line, it would be nice for me to see at least.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I'd encourage my colleagues to go back to, if you go on our website and you go to the October 29th Council Committee of the Whole budget, that where the chief and the commission chair presented, there's a table there that doesn't appear in our budget books, but has it all together that I think might be useful for members of council, members of the public to go find. So again, that's October 29th, if anybody wants to find that.
Councillor Bosch.
I do appreciate that. However, we're here at budget deliberations where the public is watching every dollar we're spending and where we're moving forward. In particular with GPPS, I think it should be absolutely defined as what we saw previously in our budget book. It has to be as transparent as possible when you're bringing in a new program, and that's what Councillor Palat and I were talking about, is jumping back and forth and going to past meetings. That's not transparent in my opinion. So
I would say that's unfair to assess that it's not transparent. You would prefer a different presentation, which is fine. But don't imply it's not transparent because it's easily accessible.
It's transparent if you're looking for it, but it needs to be here at budget deliberations.
Your preference is that going forward it be there. Fair enough. Point taken. Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd push back against that a little bit because we're doing what's this going to be when we're done? 20 hours of budget deliberations. So for residents to see these deliberations right now where police went in, you have to go through 20 hours. Instead, we had a special council committee of the whole just to talk about policing. So if people want to know what policing's like, I think there are tweaks we could make in this, but I actually really like the process we had of there is one specific council meeting that if residents want to see the discussion we had with the chief and the commission about budget, they just have to go watch that meeting. They don't have to go waiting through 20 hours of budget deliberations to find it. And so personally, I get why there's different opinions on it, but personally, I like that there was one meeting where this was handled. The residents can go look at it on YouTube.
Okay, so thank you for your comments, Councillor Bressie. As indicated, we're going to take, there's no one else in the queue, just so everyone's aware. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Then we're going to come back with any business that may be arising in regards to operational presentations, as well as the initiatives and opportunities that were presented, and any operational budget deferral items. So we'll be back in at 10:40. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the 2025 Council Committee of the Whole Budget Deliberations. We're now moving on to the opportunity for Council to make motions, discussion, debates, business arising from the presentations to this point in time. So that'll be operational considerations as well as additional initiatives and opportunities, or any items that were referred to the operational budget for deliberations. Recognizing Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Well, I'll just start at the beginning. It's probably the easiest way to do that. And I'd like to make a motion open to exactly how this should be worded, but I'd like to move that council add the 3 flex firefighters, 1 admin assistant, the GPP 911 grant funding, additional operational efficiencies and overtime offset for firefighting into the budget. So I want to be really clear that I am not making a motion at this point for the emergency response recovery, but the other firefighter initiatives. Mm-hmm. And just to speak to this, I know this is something that we've dipped our toes into over the past years. I know that both labor and management have worked really closely together to figure out how can they not just be more efficient as a department, but also just work better, have less stress for management, less stress for people coming out, give new people that are new to the department more exposure to different types of work. So I think this is a position that really makes sense to me, and I like that it's something that it is a place where I think there is real potential to both increase service while also decreasing costs. So I hope that council will support this.
Right, so that motion is in order. For those, just for council, page 29, it is the first 4 items listed. And if I recall off the top of my head, that equated to about a $16,000 savings, Chief. Sorry, 13,277. Thank you. Open it up to discussion and debate. Councillor Blackmore. Okay. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, just a question for Councillor Bressie. You said you didn't want to touch the projected profit from emergency response recovery. How come?
Yeah, I just think it's a distinct thing. I think it's just a very distinct idea from these flex positions, those things. So I think just for the sake of good discussion, it probably makes sense to have that a separate motion if somebody's got appetite for it. And I'm opposed to it, but I'll save it to see if somebody makes a motion to say, well, I'm opposed. But I just think they are 2 different things. So they shouldn't go together in one motion regardless.
Okay.
Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, I'm supportive of that motion. I will support it when time comes to vote on it.
Okay. So that is singled out. If anyone else would like to talk about the projected profit from emergency response recovery, we can do that as a separate motion. For now, I'm Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move that we move.
I already have one motion, sorry.
Oh.
I do already on the first 4 items. Okay. Nope, it'll be separate, sorry, after this one. Thank you. So the motion is in your e-scribe. Approve additional initiative fire services proposal. I'll call the question. Councillor O'Toole indicates he's in favor. And that carries unanimously. Now, sorry. Yes, we're on questions, debates. Yeah, you bet. I will now recognize Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would like to make a motion that we do the residential snow clearing with the changes recommended by administration to 13 centimeters.
That's completely in order, but would you mind if I went to Councillor O'Connor first, because he had something under fire services?
Sure.
Thank you. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you. Mayor Clayton, I'd like to move that we use the projected profit for emergency response recovery.
Okay. So if you recall, administration presented an opportunity. It's titled in your package as projected profit from emergency response recovery. It equates to approximately $147,000 in savings. Recognizing Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. And again, just a point of clarity for Chief Lemieux, this is not inventing something, or we're not instituting something that doesn't already exist in the province.
Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So you are correct. There are a number of other mid-sized cities that use this practice.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
I'm going to support this motion, and my reasoning for this is that it's primarily an insurance claim. And when I pay my insurance for my car or my house, I would like every opportunity to bring that money back to my community should I be in an accident or have a fire. So therefore, I will support this motion. It's not an onerous task. It's not something that would not normally be covered by insurance. And we need to look for every available source of revenue that is used in other parts of the province on a regular, standard basis. So I will support the motion.
Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I can't support this at this time. I'm not fundamentally opposed to it, but I think we need to do more work to develop this and know what this is going to look like before it goes. And my concern is when I look at our response to accidents right now, we don't have a good track record over the last few years of residents understanding what is and is not required when they're in an accident. We've had residents that have been under the understanding that they have to do towing that's not actually mandatory for them. And when I hear us say, hey, we're going to send a bill and insurance will pay for it, and if insurance doesn't pay for it, we're just going to consider it uncollectible, I think we're kind of saying, hey, we're not actually going to expect people to pay out of pocket. But I don't know if that's the case, and I don't know how we're going to communicate and make that clear to residents. And I just think a resident who can't afford a car that's worthy of comprehensive insurance on it, as a lower policy where we see it, and especially when we see insurance rates just climbing. I can't imagine what you do to that resident where they've lost their car, and now they've also got another $1,000 they have to pay. I really think that this could have a huge impact on our residents that can afford it the least at a time that they really can't afford because they've just had a big accident. And so I can't support this at this time. I think we need to do more work to develop, and more importantly, more work to communicate this program than we've done if we're going to approve this.
Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm similar to Councillor Bressie, and I guess I just want to have administration maybe walk me through what's our engagement process going to be. We're mid-November now. If I'm reading this right, I'm assuming this starts January 1. So by the time we say yes today and they put together any kind of a communications plan, is it realistic to have a communication plan being done that we could educate the community similar to Councillor Bressie, or is this a March 1 start date? I'm adaptable to the start date. I'm just wondering if January 1's the date that we're going to actualize this whole thing, or if we more look at it saying we're implementing it April 1 and we adjust this budget accordingly to it being pushed back maybe for Q1 not being rolled out yet.
Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would see that if this is a wish of council, we would bring back a report outlining exactly how this would work. Again, I will mention that it's our view, and this was based on if the insurance provider doesn't pay for the incident, we could consider that unrecoverable debt and not pursue it. That was the basis of this particular. We assume that 30% would not be able to pay. So that's the assumption that's made there. But again, if this was supported by council, we'd bring back a report with the details in terms of how this would be operationalized.
So for me, I'll just signal now, I wouldn't be supportive of the motion as a January 1 possession or start date. I just don't think we're going to have enough time to communicate to the community. If there was an amendment made for a later date and time, I would probably support that. But as a January 1 to fully actualize what's in the budget today, I couldn't support that.
So maybe the CFO can speak about this a little bit. The motion doesn't have a date tied to it currently. It could be approved and formalized in the budget considerations today. A report could come back from Chief Lemieux with additional information, and then at that point, it could be taken out of the budget, correct?
Correct. If council so chooses to amend, absolutely, we could amend the budget. There'd either be a tax implication or an acceptable variance at that time.
Okay. Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. If the chair doesn't rule it out of order, I'm actually going to move an amendment.
Okay.
And the amendment is for a Q2 implementation and further direct administration to report to provide more information to the appropriate standing committee prior to implementation.
Yeah, I think that's it's in line, but I'll just ask the mover if you're open to a friendly amendment, a friendly addition on that motion.
Yeah, I'm happy for it to be friendly too.
And I got a nod from the mover, so I will give a moment for the e-scribe to catch up to that. And so in your e-scribe, it's committee approve additional initiative proposed emergency fire response recovery projections, then with the indicator of a Q2 timeline and a report coming back from administration. CAO Burke.
So just for clarity, if this motion passes, we would adjust that number before the end of budget deliberations to give a better projection. Okay.
Perfect. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just some clarity, if we're going to have a report back, what if at that time when the report come back, the council wasn't interested? It would have
That's what the CFO addressed. There would be an adjustment.
just an adjustment at that point in time.
Right.
We set their actual mill rate
Right.
in April. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Should that not read council approve as opposed to committee?
Well, we're council committee of the whole, so that's, I think all the motions will be
Okay.
committee because we're council committee of
Thank
the
you.
whole on this. All right, so it's updated in your e-scribe. Maybe the mover and the friendly amendment could confirm that's what your expectations were. I got a nod from both. Call the question. And that carries unanimously. Now we'll go back to Councillor Plott. Sorry, yes. Okay, I'm not taking discussion and debate on things that people aren't creating business, so I will flip through them, but the next consideration based on how there would be programming cost recovery, I'm going to go to Councillor Blackmore. Go for it.
I would move that the current state, which is an increase for the 2025 budget, be accepted as it is, and that the 50% cost recovery be implemented in the 2026 budget.
Motion is in order. Discussion and debate. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would have been supportive of going forward earlier than that. I appreciate the 2026, but I think the same thing. I'd like the community to have time to adjust to this. So I wouldn't support your motion if it was somewhere maybe Q2, Q3 of 25. I would probably be supportive of it. But
the current state is an increase.
Yeah, but you're saying you would like option one to be implemented in 26 instead of 25?
We're working on the 25 budget. So, yeah, the following year.
So, and that's where I'd rather see us try to implement this sooner than later. I don't know why waiting another year for me would make sense. If it was Q2 of this year or something else, then or 25, then I would be more supportive. But
question for administration before I go through all those in the queue: if a variable option 1 or 2 was implemented, remind me when you would look to implement it, Chief Lemieux. I'm assuming it wouldn't be implemented January 1st because, you know, the mill rate, nothing's finalized. When would the...
I think it's at the wish of council, but we could implement this on January the 1st.
Okay, so the intent would have been to implement it January 1st. I'm getting a nod from the CFO. So Councillor Blackmore's motion is in order. Her intent is to implement it in 2026. We can discuss and debate that. I'm open to amendments, knowing that the timeline is up to at council's sort of purview. Recognizing Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, I can't support this. There's a distinct value to looking after your kids or having spaces for your kids to go and experience programming. And the programming that the children experience at a variety of city departments is world-class, in my opinion. You just need to go down to Muskosipi Park and check out their summer camps. Those kids are smiling all summer long and at a really, really good rate. I think Mayor Clayton said yesterday, you can't even find a babysitter for less than $15 an hour. And the way our rates are set now, we might be putting babysitters out of business here. And I have a very strong belief that these programs are all, well, we heard 90% subscribed, but usually they're oversubscribed, and sometimes they have those cancellations and stuff, and I think that's where those numbers drop. I don't think they're going to drop even with a price increase. In fact, I'm okay with moving forward with the 50% revenue, but I was I was even going to go higher than that. As long as those prices in the average price stay under $100, I think I'm pretty okay with that on the average. But I can't support it for 2026. I think administration has done a lot of homework on this and cost comparisons, and they're providing reasonable options for council to choose. And so, not that your option is unreasonable, Councillor Blackmore. I think it's great, but I don't think we need to step into it.
Just Councillor Thiessen, because I have other people in the queue and probably want to discuss and debate this, it might be timing savings. If you're looking to make do you want to make an amendment, and we can discuss and debate on the amendment, which would implement it in 2025, and you could be open to picking the time frame?
Well, I think part of the issue is if I were to make an amendment based upon what I'd like to see out of this, it would fundamentally change Councillor Blackmore's motion. I'm looking to implement it in 2025, not 2026, and I'm hoping to go higher than 50%, but lower than 113%.
Okay, we'll discuss and debate the motion as is. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor. I will not support this motion as is. I would like to see it coming on 2025 at the 50%. I think going up between 12 and 15% is not asking too much when our costs are going up in staffing, in running facilities. Everything is going up. So I don't think we're out of line with the 12 to 15% increase. I'm curious if you would take a friendly amendment to 2025?
Couldn't be a friendly amendment. It completely changes the motion, but you could make an amendment and we can discuss and debate the amendment. So you would just, I move to amend it to 2025.
I move to amend the date to 2025.
And with that, I'm assuming you're implying
At
January
50%.
1st?
Yeah.
Okay. At 50%. All right. So the amendment is in order. It's to approve the additional initiative programming cost recovery at 50%, which is option 1 on page 30, to be implemented January 1st, 2025. If you're in the queue, please be in the queue for discussion and debate on the amendment. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I'd support the amendment to do it for 2025.
Okay, and thank you. Can we not just all say yes, we're in support? Let's just discuss, debate, because we got a lot of things to go through. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, I'm not in support of this. I'm okay getting up to the 50% recovery, especially because we have the Recreation Access Program. I might actually have appetite to go higher than that with the Recreation Access Program, but at the same time, I think you can't do that too quickly. So this proposal is to go from 31% cost recovery to 50% in 2024 to 50% cost recovery in 2025. That's over 150% increase that we're doing all at once to families, which, sorry, we're proposing going from 31.1% in 2024 to 50% in 2025. So that's a 150% increase, just immediate to families. I think that's too much, too quick for me. Where I was going to move an amendment was I would love us to do something like go up to 40% cost recovery in 2025, then get to 50 in 2026. I want to get up to 50, but just doing it on January 1st is too quick for me, so I can't support this amendment.
CFO Whiteway, you had some additional context.
Yes, my apologies. I had misspoke in saying January 1st. Registrations are already open for Q1, so it would actually be a later start for any programming changes. Just in case that changes anything, I did want to clarify.
So, yeah, the amendment right now doesn't have the specific January 1st date tied to it, so it would be 2026 when appropriate. We're not going to go back and upcharge people that have already registered for Q1 programming. Councillor Berg on the amendment.
Yeah, I fully support the amendment. It's something that I actually wanted. I feel that we've been offering these at a bit of a discount for the last while, and we're actually playing catch up to inflation. And as I look at this, the reality is that the majority of the programs would be implemented for spring, fall, summer, and more summer camps already throughout the year. The only one that it potentially would impact would have been winter, which we just found out it will not. So it would be somewhat of a, I don't want to say phased in approach, but to some measure it is. So I fully support this amendment.
All right. Councillor Blackmore on the amendment.
Yeah, I will not support the amendment. I believe that we, by moving the 50% cost recovery to 2026, we're giving a clear indication that prices are going to increase on a relatively level or even-handed basis, and that the current state is in fact an increase over previous prices of 30-some percent. 35-6%. I just really feel that it's unfair to families to make too big of a leap. Yes, I would like to get those prices up over the next 2 to 3 years, but I don't feel we have to do big changes immediately. So I would ask council to reject the amendment and to support the initial motion.
Councillor Thiessen and then Councillor Bosch to close on the amendment.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I'm in 80% support of the amendment. I would actually like to see the number go higher than what is proposed here at that 42% cost increase. I could go up to 50. It's only $4.73. What I've heard around the council table over the past years is, anytime we get into some kind of business or industry, that we don't want to compete with industry or the private sector. Right now, we're pretty much undercutting the entire childcare private sector business industry by keeping our prices so arbitrarily low. I know that it's a service to the community, but the increases that are being proposed through Councillor Bosch's motion, in my opinion, are reasonable. It's only a $25 increase, which can be, some people might have a hard time swallowing $25, but heck, I'm a smoker. It costs me over $20 for a pack of cigarettes, and I'm sure there's a few parents out there that could sacrifice one pack of cigarettes to send their kids to a winter camp. So for all that being said, I can support the amendment as it's made by Councillor Bosch, and I encourage council to consider not only the city's finances, but also what our advocacy strategy is around childcare. And we don't want to push relevant, viable businesses out because they can't compete with the city. So I'm in favor of this. Thank you.
Councillor Bosch to close if you wish.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just a comment. This now just potentially, if this goes through, would put us comparable to other jurisdictions and other not-for-profits or for-profit groups. It's not asking more than what the typical citizenship is paying in other jurisdictions. And then consider if it's, 4 sessions or 6 sessions to a registration, that is also cut in 4 or 6, depending on how many times you go into a type of program. So it is an increase, but unfortunately, as a council, sometimes we have to make decisions that you can't keep everything the same because the costs are just going higher. So, not that any of us want to do this, but there's some have-tos, in my opinion.
All right, so that was Councillor Bosch's close on the amendment to change the motion to start the programming recovery costs at 50% to be effective in 2025 is the amendment what we're voting on today. I'll call the question on the amendment. And that is carried 7-2. Now we will vote on the amended main motion, and then if there's any of my colleagues that had additional motions on this, we can deal with those then. Councillor Blackmore, do you wish to close on your motion as amended? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Yeah, of the amended motion. Okay, let's just clear the queue and, okay, no worries. Just give E-Scrap a second. That's all right. There we go. So committee approve additional initiative programming cost recovery to 50% to be implemented effective 2025. Councillor O'Toole, how do you vote? carries 7-2. I'll just check with my colleagues to see if there's any additional. Councillor Blackmore. Oh, sorry. I apologize. Councillor Platt was already in the queue. Is it on this item still, Councillor Platt?
No, I was going to try to move the snow removal item.
Okay, we'll come back to that in a minute. Councillor Blackmore, you're still on programming cost recovery?
Yeah, I have a question about the Recreation Access Program, which is based on income. How do we determine that level of income? Is that the same as we use for any other reduced income programming?
Chief Lemieux, I know you had some information on that this morning. Maybe if you could provide some additional context.
Yes. So the Recreation Access Program eligibility is based on the low income cutoff level established by Stats Canada. And we adjust that because our rate is even 30% lower. So it's based on a Stats Canada, it's called low income cutoff.
Okay, so I don't understand what you mean by our rate is 30% lower.
So what we've done is we've looked at what the Stats Canada guideline is, and we've lowered ours by 30%. So we're lower income people in Grande Prairie benefit further.
I personally would not look at changing that, but I would remind council that just because the rates change doesn't mean the number of people who qualify changes, because it's based on their income. Their income doesn't change just because our recreational rates changed.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. This might be a funny one since I voted no to the last motion, but again, my concern wasn't about getting to a higher cost recovery, it was just about the speed at it. So I'd like to move that in 2026, we direct administration to move cost recovery up to 60%. And 75% is too quick for me, but I would like to keep on inching up over the next couple of years, even beyond this 50%.
So that motion is in order. New item of business, discussion or debate on implementing a 60% cost recovery on these interpretive programs starting in 2026. Councillor Platt.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just maybe some more confirmation on the RAP program. I believe Chief Lemieux had mentioned that we had 141,000 was subscribed in 2024, and our budget was 280. I'm just wondering, historically, have we ever got to $280,000 in subsidies, or is this a floating average that we use to put in that budget? And I like that it's higher because with these changes, we might see some more folks that would apply and qualify for that. I'm just wondering, do we ever actually subscribe up to $280,000 in this program?
Chief Lemieux.
I will get you that answer shortly. I don't have the answer right now, but we'll get the answer.
Appreciate that, but I am in support of the motion as well. Thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I'm supportive of the motion. Sounds like Councillor Bressie was listening to the math earlier. I actually worked it out because I thought to myself, these day programs, you know, in order to stay affordable, they need to stay under $100, no matter when or where we raise these prices. So I wouldn't go higher. I think the highest we actually can go is like Mario Lemieux percent, which is 66%. That takes us to about $99.60. So that, well, yeah, Gretzky and 60 cents. Yeah. Thanks, Councillor O'Toole. So anyways, yeah, I don't think we can really go higher because then we start inching out of affordability for people who are going to engage their children into these programs. So I'm very supportive of this, and I do agree we should be stepping up the price increases, but not too much.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. And Councillor Bressie, I think this, I know your intention, but just around language, it would be an additional 10% on top of the 50, not 60% on top of the 50.
That's right. So it's not an increase of 60%, it's an increase to 60% cost recovery.
To 60%. Okay, thank you.
All right. Councillor Bressie to close.
I'm good.
All right. Call the question on the motion. And that is carried unanimously. Moving through the book, the next item of consideration would be, I'm going to go through them until somebody jumps in. Arterial road beautification, transit route expansion. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that we include the transit route expansion into the Copperwood neighborhoods for the 2025 year. Just speaking to this motion, we've seen a lot of demand for an on-demand transit. Essentially, what they're doing with their on-demand transit buses is it's establishing what the demand is later when we put in the full transit stops and the full transit routes into those neighborhoods. I want to ensure that every member of our community is served, and as Copperwood is growing out, I think administration has brought forward this to show that the demand does exist there, and that we should reach out our program there and increase the service. So I like that it's just on demand now, but this is also an information collection gathering assignment for me, where we can figure out where the next transit routes will go when we expand our transit system. And hopefully we won't have to be so reliant on demand, but this is a service not just to the citizens, but also to the city. Thanks.
Councillor, O'Connor.
Yeah, I was going in on the Arterial Road. I'll come back to that when you're ready.
Those in the queue on the transit route expansion, Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton, and thanks for the motion, Councillor Thiessen. I really appreciate it. I'm just hoping to get clarity, though. The service packet here that administration suggested is both extension into Copperwood, but also enhancement of on-demand transit. Are you intentionally only talking about the conventional expansion, or are both supposed to be included in your motion?
Request to speak button. No, it's the whole suite that's been offered by administration.
Awesome. Then I wholeheartedly support this. I really want transit to be reliable for people. I think that Copperwood, it makes sense to have conventional in there. I really do want to make sure that when people call on demand that there's a bus available for them. I'm okay with them waiting for that bus, but there needs to be a bus available for them, and I want to make sure we have adequate resources to do that. And I would point out to council that even if we approve this increase the administration recommended budget, if I'm doing the math right, it still is a net decrease to transit in taxation dollars of $486,000 in 2025 compared to budget 2024. So this is an increase to the management recommended budget, but still an overall decrease to transit. So I really hope that council will support this amendment.
All right. Councillor Blackmore.
I just have a question for administration on my interpretation of these motions. I thought that these were currently included in the budget and would be, a motion would exclude them.
No.
No?
They're additional initiatives.
Okay. Given that information, you're going to make a motion on Arterial Road beautification? Okay. The current motion I support.
Okay. I call the question on the current motion, which is to approve the additional initiative of transit route expansion. Call the question. And that carries unanimously. I will go back to Councillor O'Connor. I do remind council, though, that there was a, at the Q3 financial update, there was a motion that was passed by committee to bring forward a policy recognizing 10% of surpluses being put towards community enhancement. However, you're free to make your motions. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, and hopefully Councillor Blackmore will agree with me, and I'm not sure if I'm in order or not. But I'd like to see this refer back to administration to come up with other alternatives to looking at remediation of landscaping on our ways. Right now we don't have a proper solution, so I'm just wondering if I can refer back to committee at this point in time.
Sure. We can. Would you be okay if we discuss that at the appropriate standing committee?
Sounds great.
Okay. Councillor Blackmore, did you have something else?
I have no issue with discussing it at a different date. However, that would mean we would be discussing it without funding.
Well, that was my intent with the policy that was passed by standing committee last week.
Okay.
You would have money.
Makes my heart hurt when we don't vote for trees.
We voted for trees on Tuesday. And you will have another opportunity in our capital discussions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm going to just keep going until somebody jumps in. Oh, Councillor Berg, go ahead.
Well, do we not have to vote that or refer? Or okay, fine.
We'll get you on an agenda at the appropriate standing committee.
Yeah, with Arterial Road Beautification, I was hoping this would go through, but I do see Councillor O'Connor's point, so I'll let it slide. But I do want to see our boulevards actually have grass. I drive through a lot of mid-sized cities in the province, and they don't seem to have the same issues we do, so they're doing something right. But again, if it's seeding of one type or another that's far more affordable, I'm for it. I would also like to see those median planters on that little area by the bridge. So actually, if I will make that motion, I'll make the motion that we fund $35,000 to those median planters to go in that little area by the bridge on 100th.
So your motion is in order. I can't support this motion given the conversation that happened, and it was the initiative approved by the appropriate standing committee earlier this week, which would provide funding that doesn't have a tax implication. This motion, if approved, would have a tax implication, and therefore I can't support it. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm also not supportive. I like the idea of us getting an actual plan, and if we have a funding source for it, I'd rather not a tax impact. But Councillor Blackmore made a comment yesterday, and I'm just wondering, when we look at new road improvement projects moving forward, and we've done a lot of them, is there an ability for us, or how would administration look at it for us changing our design standards on some of these curbs? I really like the idea of an expanded curb that's angled so that we're not, when we're doing the original construction on these roads, we're actually just changing how we're doing it then. Is there an ability to pivot on something like that going into the 2025 construction season? I just don't want that comment lost, because I think it's a really good way to look at this on a long-term approach. I just look to management to go, what would be the best way if we wanted to see a design center change that would actually address this moving forward? Is that a today conversation, or is that a standing committee later on?
So I think it's a very appropriate conversation, but Chief Glavin, if you're okay, I'll suggest that this happens at the appropriate standing committee. Glavin, just other context?
Yeah, just a little bit more context is there is a capital request for increased funding for the design and construction manual refresh, and that is where our road cross sections lie. So if we proceeded with that, we would cover that within the current designs, and that would come back.
Okay, so it's noted, I guess, that would be something administration would look at within those things, or would we need to wait till that design manual comes back and make the comments then?
Chief Glavin?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. It's subject to council funding.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thiessen?
Oh, darn. I was going to give the same answer Chief Glavin just gave. In regards to the motion, Councillor Berg, I really appreciate it. But I also can't support it. I like Councillor O'Connor's approach of, hey, let's have a plan. We had lots of things bandied about yesterday. We talked about trees. My thoughts are, oh no, that's going to block the city center sign as you drive in, so you'll just get that. We talked about boulders. Councillor Blackmore said, you don't put boulders on the side of the road. I talked about a swan, and we're looking at solutions for what we're going to do with that swan in Jubilee Park. So I think there's lots of opportunities, and this needs to be thought out, fleshed out, and planned a lot better. I'd hate to put in $35,000 worth of flower planters and then pull them out because the council today or tomorrow thought that's not the best way to go with city beautification on that arterial boulevard. So I can't support it, but I appreciate the motion, and I look forward to the plan coming forward.
Thanks for that. I will go to Councillor Berg to close. I'll just add one other thing. In my opinion, community enhancement is primarily around trees. Trees have a significant value in our community, and they are incredible in regards to beautification. Obviously, different types of trees, shrubs, etc. Grass to me is less important because it comes with operational expense, unless we're going to leave everything naturalized, which you all know I'm not a huge fan of. But I will go to Councillor Berg to close on his motion.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Certainly not a hill to die on. I just know that area has looked barren since, actually as long as I can remember. Before that, the grass didn't grow, and now it's got the crush on there. It's not very attractive. So I'd like to see something. Now, again, whether it's a swan or something else is irrelevant to me. I just want to see something done there. So if this gets defeated again, not a hill to die on, and I look forward to see what's coming.
Perfect. So I'll call the question on this motion. Okay. Well, no, let's clear the queue and have it noted how you wish your vote to be noted. Oh, sorry, I voted wrong now. Okay, a vote in support will fund the planters. A vote in opposition will not fund the planters. Call the question. Sorry, can it be noted that I voted, so this, in opposition?
Okay.
Thank you. So that is 8-1 in opposition. Thank you. I am going to take one more motion just before we do our Métis flag raising. I'm going quickly until somebody jumps in the queue. Business licensing, fees. Councillor Blackmore.
I would move that business license fees be implemented
At the rate as identified?
At the rate identified.
All right. That motion is in order, recognizing Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I do recall from when this first came about, I guess roughly about 2 years ago, when we started this policy of business licensing, primarily for information for Invest GP and the city. So ultimately, I do feel it's more for us than it is for the business in regards to information and using that information in, you know, potential economic development deals. But saying that, the amount of businesses that I spoke to that were against this fee was significant. So particularly with what's happening in retail right now, I'm not going to support it due to understanding where they're at this point in time.
Right. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I also can't support it. Again, to my earlier comment, I don't think we're ready to just go launch this and just market this to the community properly. I'd love to see an integration and a conversation with the Chamber of Commerce about it. I'd also like when Chief Glavin made the comment of stepped amounts. There's businesses in town that a $500 impact would be much less significant than a $100 impact to other small businesses. So I like the idea of a tiered model, not just a flat fee model, but I'd like to have discussions about that. So for me, I'm in support of this in a 2026 context, but I'd love to have this get communicated to the community and figure out what we're going to charge for fees. And does a home-based business include it or not? Like to me, there's just too many unknowns to just approve this today. Love the idea of it moving forward, but I can't support it today.
All right. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Yeah, similar sentiments to Councillor Plott. When we instituted business license fees, we were really clear in our messaging on it, and our intent on that was it wasn't about revenue, it was about information gathering. And I think this is a significant change of course on what we're using business licenses for. And I'm open to that change of course, but I think that deserves a chance, frankly, for businesses to come and yell at us, because this could upset people. And I think they deserve a chance to be able to persuade us and to hear more about why we're thinking about this and share their thoughts and give pushback before we implement this. So,
would you like to try to amend it to a future date?
Actually, sure. I'd be open to that. Committee. So sure. Also, I'd move an amendment that this. Actually, no.
Okay.
I don't. I think that before we say we're moving a date, business deserve proper consultation before we make any decisions that we're going to do this. So I'm open to the conversation, not open to just pushing this through and saying this is what we're going to do.
Okay. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much. Administration can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think home-based businesses already do pay a business licensing fee. We set that in place because they're not buying the bricks and mortar of the commercial building estate, so we charge them a business licensing fee. But to traditional businesses that have the brick and mortar, we don't currently charge. I have it in my notes that 100 is too rich and 50 is probably where I'm at, but I'm more inclined to agree with Councillors Palat and Bosch. We need to socialize this a lot better out into the community. We need to talk with the Chamber and other groups that we connect with. And we also have to figure out the plan. Like, how can we enforce this? How do we make a business pay? Do we strip them of their ability to do business if they don't pay us the $100 or whatever we set them at? I think I look forward to the 2026 context and having a year lead time to really talk about it with the community. And at that point, council may decide we still don't want to do it. But the reality is we need to have a good plan in place before we put this out against our businesses. It's not against them, but yeah, it would. I don't think it's serving anything except a revenue goal right now, and our businesses are striving for their own revenue, so I can't support this at this time.
Councillor Blackmore to close.
I find it a little disconcerting that we're okay to raise fees for families, but we don't want to charge businesses $100. I would ask that council reconsider that and support the motion. That's my close.
Thanks, Councillor Blackmore. Appreciate your close. Call the question. That is defeated 6-3.
Can I make a follow-up motion?
You can. Sure.
I would move that administration consult with businesses through the 2025 year with the intent of implementing a business license fee in 2026.
The motion is in order. I'll give Ledge Services a moment to enter it. Discussion and debate, recognizing Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I want to support you because I want this to happen at some point. Again, though, I don't want to just support $100. I want to see us actually get a report back that looks at a tiered, stepped approach. Employers with 100, Chamber of Commerce has stepped approaches on their memberships for a reason, I believe. And I don't think an employer that has 500 people that works for them should pay $100 and then a person that has 2 people work for them $100. So I'm really struggling with the context of it being $100 flat fee. So I would love to support a motion that was more of, we're going to have a report coming back that we're going to actually have a conversation about this. And so I can't support this. I'd love to have us have a conversation about it. But I think by just supporting this and we're just assuming they're going to go talk and then we're going to put it in 26. And that's...
Sorry, I understand your point. I guess, Councillor Blackmore, do you want to wordsmith your motion a little bit?
Yeah, I think we can reword it so that we can say consult with businesses in 2025 with the intent of implementing a business license fee, not necessarily the one that's in the book, but a business license fee. Yeah, it gives it, there's lots of opportunity there for movement in either direction, including if we get a resounding no, we don't have to implement it at all.
And to date, to my knowledge, administration has never consulted with a group and gone ahead and implemented something without council having a check back. So,
yeah.
So, Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm not quite sure your intent of the motion, so I'm not sure if you're open to a friendly amendment or I'm happy to make a hostile amendment. But for me, the problem is
nothing hostile in these walls.
with the intent, I find troubling because that's saying we are doing this, and I don't think it's really consulting if we're saying we are doing this. But if it was something like with the possibility of implementing a fee in 2026, I just don't like a motion that says, hey, we're consulting with you, but we've already decided that we're going to do this in 2026.
Councillor Blackmore.
Can we say consult with business in 2025 regarding the possibility of a business license fee in 2026?
I would enthusiastically support a motion like that.
All right, so we'll give Ledge Services a moment to change that. There we go. I'll call the question. That carries unanimously. Appreciate the work done to date. We will be taking a break now. We're moving outside for the Métis flag raising ceremony. We will be back continuing business at 1:15. Thank you. Welcome back to the Council Committee of the Whole Budget Deliberations for 2025. We are still in our additional opportunities and initiatives. We are currently on community group capital funding requests. And the item, I apologize, we are on the Public and Protected Services conversation on events and entertainment, and I'll turn it over to Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is the item that we discussed earlier where we're proposing to make 76 parking stalls available on the east side of the building for purchase as part of attending concert events and storm hockey games. That net operating impact is a potential revenue of almost $54,000 in 2025.
And so, seeing no one in the queue, I'll move on to the next one, which is snow removal options. Anybody in the queue for that one? Page 34. I was told we didn't do snow removal already. Okay, so Councillor Plott. We had a presentation on it this morning, an opportunity for questions, but we've done no business. So recognizing Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'd just like to make a motion that we reduce the residential snow clearing budget by $250,000 to reflect the change of going to a 13 centimeter clearing instead of a 10 centimeter.
Okay, so as discussed this morning, this would change that the residential removal program would be activated at 13 centimeters of snow accumulation, which would result in a required budget for 3 rounds of neighborhood snow clearing. Conversation, discussion, and debate. That motion is in order, so I'll recognize Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thanks for making this motion, Councillor Platt. I started out budget thinking I wasn't going to support this, but then I referred to my Farmer's Almanac, and apparently for the West it says low snow, real cold for Western Canada and the United States. Not saying... No, that was 2025, Councillor Blackmore. So I'm not saying that I'm putting 100% faith in that, but I do know that we can pivot and move very quickly. And from my first term on council, when we had 3 meters of snowfall in about 6 weeks of time, we were able to pivot really, really quickly, change the entire snow removal model. It did take us years to return it back to normal, but I don't think this is a sacrifice that's going to hurt either equipment or our service level. So I'm all in support of it.
Recognizing Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I can't support this. I know whenever we do citizen satisfaction surveys and when we do budget engagement, this is consistently identified as a spot that, even though I think we do a pretty good job of this and we got a pretty Cadillac service, a lot of our residents don't agree with that. And I think removing 1 round of clearing, that's saving an average house probably $6-7 a year. I think most houses would happily pay that $6-7 to get an extra round of clearing. And so for me to do something that's equivalent to probably about a 0.19% tax decrease, I don't think it's worth the perceived lowering of quality of life that too many of our residents will have. So I can't support this.
Councillor Blackmore.
I'm torn on this for a number of issues, but the bottom line is I am confident that should snow fall, we will remove it, regardless of whether we have a policy for 3 rounds of snow clearing or 10 rounds of snow clearing. It's always going to be responsive to falling snow, not to a hard-line city budget. So I am probably going to support the motion just because I know that it's not going to be, it's not a hard line. When snow needs to be removed, it will be removed. And I'm confident that the changes to residential snow plowing policies in the city have made our response time so much quicker, and people will still be able to get to work, whether it's 4 centimeters or 5 centimeters of snow.
Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much. I'm just got one question to administration. If we were looking at doing 3 rounds and we only did 2, so there'd be a savings there, what would we do with the savings? Would we put it back into reducing the taxes, or would we put it into some other fund?
CFO Whiteway.
Sorry, I might have misunderstood the first part of the question. So if we don't...
Well, if we're right now, we do 3 rounds. And if the weather holds out the way that we would really like it to be, and we only did 2 rounds, so kept everything the same as it is right now, what would we do with the...
Unspent cap snow
yeah,
removal.
exactly.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Through the mayor, it would be a, like you see with our quarterly reporting, it'd be a forecasted variance. So you would end up in a surplus position that year for not spending the whole budget.
So would the council have an opportunity to take that surplus and put it towards the tax, reduce the tax?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, so each year end, when administration presents the annual surplus or shortfall, yeah, council can make any decision of how to utilize those funds.
Okay, just wanted to hear that come out of someone else's mouth. Thank you very much.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't support this. Not that it's going to change anything in regards to the amount of snow we remove, whether it's 3 times, 4 times, 6 times, or once, because the city will remove snow if there's a need for it. I just am voting no because I don't think we need to change it. Honestly, it feels irrelevant to me.
I think Councillor Bressie is going to say what I was thinking, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just. I think that either I have a misunderstanding or some of my colleagues have a misunderstanding of what this is. But I'm hearing some say, "Hey, it doesn't matter. We're going to remove snow regardless." But this is us changing a service level. So this is us saying right now, if we got 11 centimeters of snow in one dump, we would remove it. If this motion passes and we got 11 centimeters of snow, we would not remove it. So if that's the last dump of the season, that would mean that we're removing less snow under this than that. So if we're going to say, hey, we want to keep the service level at 10 centimeters, but we really think the weather's changing going forward, that'd only be 3 removals, so we're going to reduce the budget by 250 and risk a variance because it goes over. I actually could support that if we were just talking just budget. But this is changing a service level, not only the budget, and that means that we will have plows out less often some winters if council approves this motion than we would other winters if we did not approve this motion.
Councillor Palat. Okay, so anyone else before Councillor Platt closes? Seeing none, Councillor Platt to close.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, Councillor Bressy's right. This would be a service level change. And he had mentioned that, we've got people that would be opposed to this. We also, in our citizen satisfaction survey, had a lot of people say we'd be fine with reduced services to have lower taxes. And so this is one of those impacts that could be that. You can also say 11 centimeters of snow falls. And we hit a little bit of a Chinook the next day, and we're still running out there and plowing away. And so that has happened where I've watched us running snow plows where we had 11 centimeters one day, and by the next morning it's already down to 8 or 9, but we've triggered a snow removal. So I think this is a good calculated risk. I appreciate administration looking at this. It sounds like this was our practice before. And we do have a Cadillac service. I mean, we all feel we have that when we go to other communities. This is a chip to try something. Like what administration said, if this doesn't work, we can pivot back. So I think this is a really low risk opportunity for us to try. It does have a $250,000 impact to the budget. And if this was to work, which I'm pretty confident it will, we'll see that savings and realize it. So I'd ask you to support this and let's give this a try. We also can pivot at any time. And we've heard that from administration. If this isn't working, we're getting too much pushback, we could try to pivot at any time. So I urge you to support it.
All right, thanks for your close, Councillor Platt. I'll call the question. That's what you're paid for. And that is carried 5-4. All right, keep moving here. Entertainment District Feasibility Study. I think Councillor Blackmore, there we go.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I do believe that the potential entertainment district does have value to the city in future times. I don't think the time is right now. And so my motion would be to move the $100,000 from the 2025 budget to the 2026 budget and to leave it unfunded as it currently is.
Perfect. That motion is in order. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, actually, thanks for the motion, Councillor Blackmore. I had it in mind. I actually deferred it to 2027, but I like that you left it unfunded because as much as this was one of our strategic goals, we also talked about, becoming a medical hub as well, and it seems like we're rolling on that one. And yeah, I think the next council should be able to determine the course and the direction that they want to go, and pushing this forward to 2026 and leaving it unfunded gives them the opportunity to decide if that's the way that they want to perhaps go after their strategic planning. So I really like this motion, and yeah, I'm all in support.
Seeing no one further, do you wish to close? Seeing a head shake of no, I'll call the question. Councillor O'Connor, how do you vote? That's carried unanimously. Keep moving along. Community group capital request, recognizing Councillor Plott.
Sorry, Mayor Clayton, I was actually going to go back to one of our events.
Okay.
So I just want to ask administration again, with the experience Grande Prairie, I think it's an amazing event, but just seeing how much it is costing us. If we were to set a budget of like a $50,000 line amount or something, are we still confident we could put together a good event? And I'm wondering also about if the location was moved to Bonnet Center, whether it be cost savings, we could be using a facility for porta potties instead of renting facilities. It gives it more exposure rate on a main artery. So I'm just wondering what options would be if we lowered it to $50,000, if we still would be able to run a good event.
Chief Glavin, Chief Lemieux, do you have any information?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So the answer to that is yes. One of the large costs is the artists, the type of artists that we bring. So certainly we can make an adjustment there. And you're correct that if we were to move the event to the west parking lot by Bonnet's, there would also be significant savings there.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to reduce this to $50,000 from $80,000. It's not a huge line item, but I also would urge us, if we're looking at events like this with Experienced GP and we're looking at artists, that we maybe don't go after as many non-Grande Prairie artists, that we look at more Peace Regional artists that we could probably obtain for a lower price. I think this is about an opportunity for families to gather an event. The quality of a musician, whether it's a top shelf musician or a little bit lower, to me, when I've been to the event, wasn't the reason I went to it. It was a community gathering event, so I wasn't as worried about the quality of artists, but that's maybe myself. So my motion would be to reduce this to $50,000 from the current $80,000.
So that motion is in order. Councillor Blackmore.
Sorry, just a point of privilege. I can declare the same conflict as yesterday and remove myself.
Okay. Councillor Bressy has declared a conflict of interest. We'll leave the chambers. And then I'll recognize Councillor Blackmore.
I will support the motion because I'm interested to see what a budget change would look like. I think that by moving it to the west parking lot at Bonnet Center would be enough of a savings that we wouldn't really be using up too much of the entertainment portion of the budget. I don't know that, but I would think that the materials we bring in to put the thing on 101st Avenue and 101st Street must have some cost. So I will support the motion, but I look forward to seeing what it looks like at the end of this 2025 year and whether or not it needs to be bumped back up again.
Okay, thanks for your comments. Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I won't be supporting this. If it was $75,000, sure. Again, I think we could save a little bit of money by moving it. I don't know if we necessarily need 4 opening acts, if we could get away with 3. So I could see a little bit of savings, but in the big picture of what our budget is, it's $5,000 is neither here nor there. I just know we did have one local act in the second year, and the buzz really wasn't as great as it was when we had Trooper and Kim Mitchell in. So I do know that the people that attend do appreciate the quality of artists that we did have on those 2 years versus a local artist headlining. And so it's just something, again, I could live with 75, 50 is too deep for me, so I won't be supporting it.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, the cost of artists is fairly expensive, but I could support this motion. And just with the knowledge that our first experienced GP was inside of the budget line that Councillor Palat has proposed, which is $50,000. I know we grow events, and as you grow events, we see it with every event in town. You always want to get a bigger, better event going, but we're not charging tickets for this event. We're pretty much providing I call it the back to school, back from summer experience GP event. You know, I might have even gone even farther and just separated out that $30,000 and seen what other events we might be able to do. So I might follow up with a subsequent motion just for a report at committee, because $30,000 is a good savings. And as it's intimated here, administration will look into potentially the scope of events to enhance the citizen experience. And I'm sure there's lots of ways that we can provide those events inside of a smaller budget like $30,000. So I can support this, and I don't think we're going to suffer or degrade the offering that we already give to the community.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I have a logistics concern I'd like to ask Chief Lemieux. If this is moved to the west side of Bonnet's, crossing the tracks constantly to go to the restrooms, is that going to be an issue? Is that not where
West side.
where the live theater is?
Yeah. The large parking lot on the west side of Bonnet's.
Okay, and the restrooms would be used. You'd have to go all the way behind the live theater to come to Bonnet's. Oh, I might have it wrong. Okay, as long as we're not crossing tracks. Okay.
I'm just going to jump in the queue. I think that I agree that the event can possibly be done for less. I have no interest in seeing a lesser quality of artists. If you looked at the lineup this year, for those of us who attended it, everybody except the headliner was local. Brass-tastics were sort of the hype band, and they're from Edmonton, but primarily everybody else was local. There's a lot of local artists. The multiple people that I speak to at that event are so thankful for that event because of the quality of artists. If we can maintain the quality of artists for a lesser price by reducing the cost in the event, in the facility cost, the overhead cost in the facility, then I can see it. But I'd really be interested to hear from some detailed information from administration or the events team if that's possible. I don't want to see a lesser quality of an event. I'd like to know if it's possible just to do the savings in the operations and facility expenditures within that event. So Chief Lemieux, if council wants, I can have a motion to get somebody to table this for a little bit while Chief Lemieux gets the answer, or we can come back to it in the initiatives if we're comfortable with that. But for me, fine with reducing the overall amount. Don't want to see a lesser quality of artists. Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do have the budget in front of me, and I don't want to go through line by line in terms of expenses on entertainers because that's confidential information. Yep. But I could tell you that the total expenses for the entertainment portion is over $60,000.
Okay. Thank you. So yeah, I can't support this motion. I think it's too significant of a reduction. I'd be open to a administration coming back with a lesser budget for an event. But this event in its third year, I've been every year, and it continues to grow. And what we're providing for $80,000 is pretty incredible event to see the thousands of people. I'm not opposed to moving the location if that saves us money, but I just don't want to see a lesser quality of event. Councillor O'Toole.
Well, you did ask some questions that I was going to ask, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Prior to my I guess 10 years qualifies potentially as a career here in council. I was also involved very heavily in creating music festivals, promotions, and music shows. One thing I can tell you about that is it's not necessarily a sacrifice to the quality of entertainment that you're going to bring in by decreasing the budget. Sometimes you can find savings by catching artists who are already currently on tour. So if they're running through the area and we have our own events organization team, they could For instance, just when the Tragically Hip came to town, the Crystal Center at the time, they networked a deal with Prince George to have a 2-show offering, and their price tag went from $250,000 down to $190,000. So there was savings that were achieved simply by being aware as to where people were touring and when they were touring, and I have every bit of confidence that our events team would be aware of who might be coming through and where we can find those savings. So I don't think we're sacrificing the entertainment here.
I'll go to Councillor Plott to close in a minute, but just on that note, I know the events team works exactly on schedules to stay within our budget. They're already doing all of that work, finding who's available based on touring, and within the budget is what the artists we've seen to date. So you will have a lesser quality of artists when you spend less money. So, Councillor Plott to close.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. My intention is not to make us have a lower quality event. I think by the move and to Councillor Thiessen's comments, we also have to remind ourselves this is a free event. Like, this is a free event for people to come to in our community. We'd still be spending more on it than a traditional event like New Year's that we've had for a lot of years. It's our second most expensive event that we do host, and it's free. So I'll just leave that as my close.
Right. Call the question on the motion. And that motion is defeated. See if there's any other business arising. I would, if somebody would like to make a motion for me, I'd be interested in seeing less spent on this event overall, without sacrificing the quality of the artists. If it means moving it, saving on some of the other items, I think that's something of interest. It could come back if we set a budget amount that's less, and administration could come back with what the event looks like. I think that's an opportunity. Councillor Thiessen.
This isn't to make that motion. Okay, cool. Well, I'd like to make a motion simply because what I hear lots throughout the community is people are always asking for more things to do. I think that's part of what Experience Grande Prairie is all about. So my motion is to direct administration to bring back a report to the appropriate standing committee identifying potential new events that the city could host that would fill gaps in our community and enhance the citizen experience. Period. Speaking to this motion, I helped with the Children's Festival for a couple of years. It didn't last very long, but there's still a high demand from families to have activities for their kids to do in a fully immersed kids festival. That's just one example. We also have the street performers as well. You know, year over year, they're stretched. They're looking for money. Is there some way we can help? Or are there other events that I'm not even thinking of right now? I think it would be awesome to at least explore the opportunities that the city could do in offering people the best quality of life in our community year-round.
So, Councillor Thiessen, could I ask, as other councillors brought up items for other work, that this come up at the appropriate standing committee, because as it doesn't, unless you're going to tie money to it, doesn't really have a budget implication?
Yeah, there's no budget implication to this. This is just a report coming back to the appropriate standing committee.
So can you do that work like other councillors are going to do at the appropriate standing committee? We'll just get you added to an agenda.
Yeah, well, we forward things at budget to the appropriate standing committees. Lots we've already done.
I've already deferred a couple other councillors, so that was sort of been our intent today.
I wasn't sure of that intent, but no. If you'd like, I'd like to just put it to vote, and then we can move on.
Sure, and then I'll open it up to all the other councillors who have asked for things to go to standing committee, because we're not on a shortage of time here at all. Councillor Thiessen's motion is in order. Councillor Blackmore.
I'm not speaking to Councillor Thiessen's motion.
Okay, I see no one else in the queue. Call the question. That's carried 7-1. Councillor O'Connor, you earlier had a motion for a report. Councillor Plott, you had a motion you wanted to see additional information brought back to a standing committee. If you want to make those motions, we might as well open it up. Councillor Blackmore.
Just while we're on the topic of large-scale events, if we could have a more detailed budget for Canada Day just emailed to us, I'm just curious what we're spending $145,000 on, but I'm not interested in changing that amount today.
Okay, and I do know off the top of my head, a lot of it is fireworks, but yeah, we can get that information. Okay. Anyone else that had other items they wanted information on that didn't have budget implications? Okay, seeing none. Moving on to the community group capital requests. Anybody? I'll wait for Councillor Bressie to come back in. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I just want to ask, I would like to make the motion on Nitehawk. I guess I can make it and I can ask administration if that would work, but I'd like to make the motion that we fund it, the request as per the budget ask of $173,375, contingents on it being funded by the other two partners. And I guess my intent with that is I'd like to placehold this funding, but if the other partners aren't interested in funding it, I don't want to be the only one funding this as well. Would love to support Nitehawk. I think this has been a great cause, and it's a great use in our community. I just want to make sure that's in line, that we're not signaling something off. Okay, I'm getting a head nod. So, yeah, that'd be my motion, is that we would go ahead and we would fund the Nitehawk request as in our package, subject to the county and the MD agreeing to the 50-25-25 model of agreement on funding.
Mr. Burke, you had something to add to that?
No, just if it was administration would confirm that we'd accept that motion to allocate that money, but it wouldn't flow until we had confirmation on that 50-25-25 funding model and report back to council.
So can I just follow up on that? Sorry, then. Sorry. I'm just curious if thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm just curious if this is going to be outside of a budget because we have to wait for that, or would this go into budget, and then if that request wasn't there, we'd again adjust this in March or April when we set the final budget.
CFO Whiteway.
Through the mayor. So we would add it. Now we could do a post amendment as well. One key item is these are capital, so a funding source would need to be identified. So there's other options than taxation when it comes to capital.
Mm. Is there a funding source recommended, or am I supposed to just pick one that we debate? I'm not sure on that.
No, we haven't identified a funding source, and so the funding sources available are listed in the budget book. There's a number of reserve options, as well as you're really going to be. It's not enough or appropriate for our grant streams, so you really would only be looking at reserves or capital tax.
So on that, I will make the motion that we take it out of financial stabilization reserve.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. And sorry, are you suggesting for the operational funding as well, it's coming from financial stabilization reserve?
I guess that's it. Maybe I misunderstood.
Tax or reserve?
Yeah. So I'm saying the whole amount would have to come out of reserve, is what if I'm understanding Chief Whiteway correctly, would have to come out of reserve. So that would.
CFO Whiteway.
Pardon me, and I should clarify, sorry, there's a component of the total that was capital and a component that was operating. I should have clarified the capital component is 123, and then the 50,000 is an operating ask.
So I would make my motion that $123,000 of capital comes out of financial stabilization reserve, and the other 50,000 comes out of operating. So that 50,000 would have a tax impact in that scenario.
Okay. Councillor Bressie, did you have something in addition?
Yeah, I'll speak to it too. I know for me, I do struggle with this one. Any other year, I don't know if I'd be a yes on this, but I'm also really cognizant of what's going on with the driving range and the impact they'll have on them. And I don't know where council will go on that, but I'm kind of skeptical that we keep that driving range open. I know I won't be supporting keeping that driving range open, just given the costs. And so I really do recognize the challenges that has for Nitehawk, and I really do want to support them. And when we're having a big impact on one decision, I want to make sure that we're helping them be sustainable on other budget lines. And so because of the special circumstances this year, it's a pretty easy one for me to support.
Councillor Bosch. Okay. Just want to reiterate, Chief Lemieux, you mentioned this morning that the snowmaking guns were an added, really just to increase the amount of snow they're making. Can you remind me the snowcat replacement, what its life expectancy is? It done this year and it has to be replaced right away, or what's the knowledge around that?
Our understanding is it's very close to the end of its life, and they are replaced every 5 to 6 years.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I can't support this in its entirety. I understand that I'm a big advocate for Nitehawk. I think that additional snowmaking guns are a nice to have. This isn't a nice to have budget time. And I think that I could support parts of it, components of it, but not in its entirety. Councillor Plott to close. Okay. Go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, just a suggestion for the chair. Especially if there's others that might feel the same way, would there be any chance of us maybe splitting out the three?
If you'd like to split it, we can split.
Yeah, I'll request a split motion then.
Yep. So we'll split that. So we'll go first. Call the question. And do you want to speak on any of them individually, Councillor Plott? Okay. Call the question on the snowmaking guns. That's carried 6-3. Next, we'll call the question on the snow cat replacement. And that's carried 8-1. And the operational ask. That one's carried unanimously. Under the community group funding request, there's another item. Seeing no one interested in that, I'm just double checking. Everyone knows we're talking about the climbing wall. If I don't get a motion, it's not. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, I would move that we direct administration to proceed with the engineering design phase to determine the full project scope.
Great, thanks for that motion. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. One other item that I think council was interested in, Councillor Blackmore.
I would move that council fund the economic corridors project of the amount I can't remember. $80,000, and that we fund that out of
Council Strategic Initiatives is an opportunity.
Okay, Council Strategic Initiatives.
Okay. Just for those who are curious, that fund has approximately $565,000 in it. Okay.
And in speaking to this motion, economic corridors development would really do a lot towards ensuring that the City of Grande Prairie is economic ready for development in the airport and Hughes Lake lands.
Perfect. So that motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. That carries unanimously. I just wanted to clarify with administration, as Councillor Plott had asked earlier in the in his motions around Nitehawk. No, I'm good, thank you. Anything else from items that were referred to budget or additional incentives? Seeing Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Would this be the time that I wanted to make a a motion around the revenue forecast. Would this be the
You
appropriate
bet.
time?
Perfect.
So I'd just like to make a motion. I think we had administration come back with further information. I appreciate about our forecasting of it was 750 currently, that was going down to 650. I just have a couple questions for a minute before I make the motion. With the Grand Spirit building being built next year, what sort of tax impact do we feel that'll have?
CFO Whiteway?
The Grand Spirit building, if it's affordable, it won't be taxable, but the market portion would be.
70%.
So the 70% would be taxable?
Correct.
And I believe we're looking at that's getting shoveled, going in the ground this fall still yet?
Correct.
Okay. So I'd make a motion that we increase our future revenue growth by $250,000 from the current 650 up to 900,000. It's about a 15% bump from what we had in 2023 and 2024. I feel pretty confident we're going to see the market grow. When we look at 0% almost vacancy, when we're looking at rental rates going up, when we're looking at interest rates dropping, the interest rates dropping alone are going to have a massive impact on new home purchases and buys. So I don't think we're putting the organization at risk by moving this up. So I'd ask council to support that.
Motion is in order, sorry. Opportunity for discussion and debate. Councillor Bressie.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm struggling with this one, and I don't think I'll support it. I do think that there is good discussion to be had about where should we be assuming that growth would go, but I also know that the recommendation put forward by administration was done with data and there was methodology behind it. I don't feel that there's methodology behind this number other than just saying, hey, it should be somewhat higher than we've seen. For me, if there's a motion that, hey, direct administration to bring more information about how they got this number to standing committees so that prior to passing the mill rate bylaw, we could have a database backing to set where we think that number is, I really could support something like that. But just to kind of arbitrarily say, hey, we think it's going to grow by 15%, even though I think we probably should be going in that direction. I don't know how far in that direction of upwards we should go in. So for me, I really do struggle with this. So I'll be voting no, but if this motion does fail, I would be very interested in getting more information and make sure we're setting that revenue appropriately before we do the mill rate bylaw and before we actually requisitions access from residents.
On this item. Councillor Plot to close. Okay. Call the question. It's defeated 6-3. Councillor Bressie.
Thank you. I will make a follow-up motion. I don't see Councillor Plot running at his thing. And I would, and the motion would be to request administration report back before end of Q1 to the appropriate standing committee with more information about the methodology used to determine assessment growth in 2025. Open to feedback from administration if they'd prefer a slightly different motion, but I think I said what I'm trying to get at because I do want to have this conversation before the mill rate and want to make sure we're putting a placeholder to have that conversation.
Okay. The motion is in order. I'll just wait for it to come up to clarify. Committee direct administration to report back the appropriate standing committee before the end of Q1 with further information regarding the methodology used to determine future assessment growth. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. I do see where Councillor Palat was coming from, and I do appreciate that. I will support this motion where I didn't the last one, only based on the Smith development. I can't say it's going to be done when, we have no idea. We anticipate it'll be done next year, but until it's like, I don't even have a shovel in the ground yet. So I think I'd be happy to wait for the end of Q1.
Seeing no one else, I'm going to call the question. I might call it in camera. Yeah, can I have somebody to make Councillor Plot?
I move that we go in camera.
Thank you. I'll call the question on that once it's in the e-scribe. We won't be long, Ethan, thanks. And that carries unanimously. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Council Committee of the Whole Budget Deliberations for Budget 2025. We will continue our conversation around operating, additional initiatives and opportunities, as well. We've been having some projected revenue conversations. I'll recognize Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would ask Council to amend the budget for operating grants by increasing that amount by an additional $500,000. And speaking to that, in discussions around the table, it seems that we have miscalculated that number slightly, and so this would just bring it to what we have a better chance of acquiring.
Okay, so that motion is in order. Opportunity for discussion or debate. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I can't support this, and similar to two motions ago, I think it probably is a more accurate revenue, but we don't know that yet, and I'd way rather wait until the spring. We'll know exactly where we're likely to sit prior to passing a mill rate bylaw, and then we can adjust at that time. So I'd rather be building this budget stuff that we know, and our calculations that were done before this, rather than this. So I hope that this gets defeated.
All right. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call the question. And that is carried 7-2. Anyone else before I move on to capital in regards to operating or additional opportunities? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to the CFO for the capital budget presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So I'm going to lead off capital first with a summary of or a highlight of some past projects that will be notable in the community. So over the past 5 years, Council's approved many capital projects. These have improved our roads, added and expanded services, we've tree planting and more. Most notably, when we look back, Council has approved millions of dollars in roads, including many sections of the city's arterial routes and downtown rehabilitation. Additionally, the city saw the addition of the Activity and Reception Center, an expansion of the ball diamonds at South Bear Creek. Cedar Point opened its doors and welcomed their first tenants in September of 2023. An essential software was also approved and implemented, including computer-aided dispatch and enterprise resource planning. Finally, some necessary upgrades to stormwater infrastructure when completed, and the city's trail system saw further improvement and connection through the Pedestrian Links program. So for 2025, management is proposing a number of different types of capital projects with investment in roads, machinery and equipment, information technology, parks and amenities, special projects, and building improvements. Total capital proposed for 2025 is $36.9 million. All of those capital projects being proposed do require a funding source. Management's proposed a mix of funding for recommended projects, with unfunded projects requiring identification of a funding source and approval by council. I'm just going to pass this one over to Chief Glavin to review.
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Essentially what you're looking at here is just the relationship between the spend on road and the pavement quality index going up and down. It's not always going to be purely correlated. We do have weather factors and other things that do influence the degradation of roads, as well as we assess them on a 3-year cycle. So if you put money in the ground last year and we don't get to that for 3 years for the assessment, you won't see that influence the PQI until it hits that cycle. And what you're seeing here isn't going to, on the spending side, won't purely match up to if you were looking against the budget book for approved budget year to year, because sometimes the budgets do extend into the following year if a project doesn't get completed. Here is just adding the additional factor of the backlog. This is just the percentage of projects that we have in the hopper waiting for construction. These are at varying levels as far as what their condition is. If they're very poor, whether they need a full reconstruction or whether they need an overlay. Ideally, we'd be under 30% on the backlog side, but we are making we have made some progress over the last few years, getting closer to that level.
Okay, so moving forward on, we're just going to take a look here at our previous funding amounts. So capital support via the local government fiscal framework from the province has significantly decreased over the years. This graph in front of you captures historically back to 2015. You'll see in 2018 and 19, we did see additional top-ups at this time, and we're advised that we would be seeing a decline in future funding. So for 2025, the city is set to receive just over $9 million for capital funding for local government fiscal framework. As a result, not just of those decreases, but we've seen a significant amount of rising costs for construction services, materials, and other direct costs. So with that, management has been proposing to council to increase the amount of tax designated in budget for capital. This is what we refer to as capital tax, and management has built into the 2025 to 2028 budget increases to capital tax in order to sustain these capital plans. In 2025, the capital plan includes $12 million of projects funded by taxation, with future years gradually increasing. This strategy would help to maintain required assets, ensuring sufficient funding available to mitigate rising costs and decrease capital funding from other levels of government. Next, I do want to review the reserve balances. Reserves are an additional funding source used for capital projects. This table forecasts reserves based on what has been proposed in both the operating and capital budgets for 2025. Additions include any planned additions through operating and expected interest earnings where applicable, while reductions are those that have been proposed in both the capital and operating budgets. Cemetery perpetual care, Pinnacle Ridge special tax, public art, housing, and the housing reserve, as well as transportation system levy, all have very specific uses and parameters. The facility renewal and fleet reserves are both utilized regularly. The facility renewal reserve will be used for both operating and capital budgets, while the fleet reserve will be used to fund planned vehicle and equipment replacements. These reserves ensure that we have adequate funding for replacements and renewal while smoothing the impact annually by way of contributions to the reserve. The future expenditures reserve is where unspent capital tax is held until the completion of projects. As well to note, this is where we had held funds received for Highway 43 a few years back from the province. Finally, we will look at financial stabilization. This reserve is meant to provide funds to stabilize tax rates, protect against fluctuating revenues and expenditures, and they can provide funds for emergent one-time expenses or losses of revenue. It is Council Policy 346 that does apply to reserves. Finally, another funding source to review is the use of long-term debt. So the Municipal Government Act sets out the parameters for municipalities and their acceptable debt level and debt servicing level. In addition, Council has set additional parameters around the amount of borrowing the city can have, and that's included in Policy 350. Total estimated debt outstanding for the city in 2025 is approximately $131 million. This does include debt approved but not yet borrowed for the recreation facility and the Massaquoi Medical Project. The city is well within both the MGA regulations and council policy for both the outstanding debt and debt servicing. That completes my intro, Mayor Clayton, and then we can continue with walkthroughs unless there's questions. Sure.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I just wanted to go back to the pavement quality index chart that we were showing. I'm just wondering if is there a correlation of breaking this out with what would be major collector roads like 100th Ave, 100th Street versus a subdivision in Hillside or Swanhaven or somewhere else? Do we have a sense of both areas, or is that all just rolled into one?
Chief Glavin?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So that's rolled into one, but we do have a breakdown between arterial, collector, and locals. So we do have higher triggers for arterial roads than we do collectors, and the collectors are higher than locals. And the rankings do bear that out, with our local roads being the most deteriorated out of anyone's having the lowest PQI. Our arterials, I think, are roughly performing as we expect with the amount of investment that we put in there. Our collectors are also, I think, more or less on target, and but it's the locals that are probably the most under target right now.
Is it possible to just send council an email or report, just kind of breaking those out, just to kind of, this is something I think that we hopefully will have a bigger conversation about over the coming year, of just what the goal is on a 5 or 10 year scope. I feel like last term we really tried to just get it fixed as quick as possible, and I don't think this is something we fix overnight, obviously. But I would like to start looking at what a 5 or 10 year plan would be to get us into the goalposts we expect as a council within each one of those areas.
Thanks. Councillor Blackmore.
I also have questions about the pavement quality index. According to your chart, we're sitting at around 58 on average. And I'm wondering how that compares to other northern cities. I'm specifying northern cities because of snow and ice issues. And I'm wondering if we have set targets that are appropriate for a community. I feel we have an excellent road system, and I feel our pavement is in good shape. I know we get complaints about roads from residents every year, particularly in the spring, but I think those complaints are really a reaction to not getting potholes filled quickly enough, or the fact that if we have a rapid freeze and thaw spring with a lot of changes in freezing and thawing temperatures, potholes are exacerbated. So, I've never really been comfortable with the concept of trying to hit a particular PQI target, because I don't understand what the number means. And I'd like more information about that. Not today, obviously, but yeah, if we could get that at a later date, that would be great.
Thanks, Chief Glavin.
And then I have a question about reserves.
Go for it. Sure. Sorry, Councillor Platt, you're in the queues, and I'm... Okay. I appreciate those comments, and Chief Glavin, if I could add, I would think we're the largest urban population on this latitude in Canada, Prince George being south of us.
Not much.
Still, so to find a comparable in a northern, I'm just trying to think of comparables. So maybe the comparable is Prince George. I don't know, of a community that's our size that is a winter city.
Well, even Edmonton North, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. You're good with that. Councillor Blackmore on reserves.
Yeah, I'm curious about the public art reserve. We put money in, but I never see money coming out. And I'm wondering, what's the trigger for taking money out of public art reserves? Or have we established a reserve and we maybe don't know yet what the trigger is? I'm just curious if a certain artist had a desire to build an art installation, how would he access funds from this?
Councillor CFO Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So the Public Art Reserve does cover the display and conservation of public artwork as approved by council. It really could be, if there is something that falls in terms of procurement of and display and conservation of public artwork, and it can be designated and approved by council.
Does that answer your questions?
So if someone came forward to the city with an idea for a public art and we liked it, we could access this fund. But right now, there's no process to apply for it?
Thank you. Through the mayor, I will check on that, what the process is for application, if there's anything specific.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm looking at our slide on 139 that Chief Whiteway had put up that shows our reserves going from 80.5 million up to 87.3 million. And seeing that we're putting almost $8 million in this budget into reserves. I'm just curious what the goal is here. Moving reserves up by $6.5 million in 1 year has a fairly large impact on our taxes to build a savings account. Is there a goal with the reserves? Are we in risk of not having enough reserves? I'm just curious if you can walk me through that. I guess my intent is I don't want to see us taxing people to build bank accounts, and I need to know what these are going to be used for at some point.
Yep, thank you through the mayor. So with both, really where you're seeing the budgeted additions is within your facility renewal and your fleet reserve. We do budget specifically savings on those, and the intention is to smooth the impacts of what might need to be replaced in the future or what might need to be done. So I'll just quick example. You will see, if you follow the fleet reserve line, we have budgeted to add 3.5 million and utilize 2.3 million. There will be years where you will see the operating addition far lower than the budget capital allocation. So we're trying to prevent years where we need to spike up additions in order to meet future needs. And we're trying to keep those as consistent as possible so we're not impacting the tax base year over year. Management did determine already to lower the fleet reserve deposits by $250,000 in the operating budget. That was included in management's proposal. And essentially that $250, and we know that vehicles, for example, and equipment purchases have been climbing in price. So that $250 will some year need to be put back in. But it was determined that we likely could go a few years and decrease by a little bit. So we did make that decision as management. But at the end of the day, Councillor Plott, we are just trying to ensure we have sufficient renewal for what we know may need to be done in the future, as well as planned fleet replacements. And having consistent additions year over year helps to smooth taxes and ensure we have enough to continue.
It's just so if I can follow up on that.
Sure. Yep, go ahead.
I'm just curious then, so the forecast of potential surplus that we showed in our Q3 statements, that isn't reflected on here yet that hasn't been allocated, so it's not reflected in.
Which one, sorry, did you ask?
The potential of surplus in 2024, it hasn't been allocated in these in reserves yet.
We'll need if they choose to direct that.
Okay. So if I'm following the budget book, like we have $7.7 million this year, but by the end of 2028, we're up to 10.5 million going into reserves. So is it possible to maybe show us what this looks like over a 4-year strategy as well? I guess for me, I'll signal I don't have an appetite to build reserves if it's got a purpose. Totally understand that. I want to support administration on that. But when I see us moving almost $3 million more in reserves in 3 years, what I don't want to see is this number hit 105 or 110 and we're just building bank accounts. So we went through COVID and we barely touched reserves. So I'm not sure what reserves get used for. Lots of times, I guess, for council, we've typically only used them in my terms on council to do tax stabilization and odds and ends. Again, though, I'm just wondering what the goal is, and maybe it's more of a council conversation, or maybe it's just me wanting this conversation, is what is the goal of a number? And I don't know if I feel comfortable if we're just trying to drive reserves up to $100 million or $110 million over time.
I have some comments on reserves as well, but go ahead, Ms. Whiteway.
Yeah, just for, I guess, some additional. So realizing too that, like I had presented, a number of them are required. So there's quite a few on that list that are. Additionally, though, and we can provide if needed, like we forecast out fleet reserve by 10 years at least. So realizing that, yes, there's always going to be additions budgeted, but there's also always going to be utilization budgeted year over year as well. So your deposits in aren't necessarily just going to grow. We have to follow policy in terms of allocating interest earnings. So that's where you see some of the other numbers. Within policy, we do have to allocate what we earn for interest to those reserves as well. And each reserve does state what it is intended and purposefully driven, like what the purpose is. So, for example, your facility renewal, we have and presented to council that this really needs to align with our facility condition index and what is recommended for future renewal in order to maintain our assets. So that, for example, is based on a document that we have we update every 5 years to ensure that we know what we'll need to put into our buildings. And that balance is monitored to ensure that we have an adequate amount to fund the future. So just to have a little bit more information on the purpose of some of those reserves. I would have to redo my, so what we do is we run a 10-year forecast. So we know the ins and outs coming for 10 years in fleet. This dollar amount ensures we never dip below zero or the minimum requirement. So if, like, for example, if you only put 2.5 million in there, the other million will have to come in a future year, or your reserve will run out and you won't have funding to replace required fleet. So it's
What is the number?
And without going back and running the reserves, the only one I would at this point recommend is financial stabilization. That is the purpose. The purpose is to... Exactly. But the others are purposeful, and I'd need to rerun the 10-year average and spending to be able to tell you if I could confidently say give back $1 million. And I think it would be prudent to demonstrate to council what happens when you decrease by $1 million. So I wouldn't be comfortable doing it right now. Mm-hmm. I would have to bring that back tomorrow. A lot of those other smaller allocations are the interests were required. So if council was to make a motion to not allocate interest this year, okay, and so essentially, these all align with policy. They are based on policy. So the facility renewal deposits are based on policy, based on the facility condition report. So again, my preference is if council so desires to decrease those additions, that I take an opportunity to review and come back with that.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. And I've had this kind of on my mind for a while, so it may seem somewhat redundant. But again, when I look at facility renewals that we're sitting at 10 million now and 11, almost 12 million down the road, but we're Bonnett's Energy Center, exterior doors, carpets for the library, painting at the Montrose Cultural Center. To me, that's where a facility renewal fund should be funding as opposed to capital tax. So again, I apologize if this is redundant, but what number, again, ultimately do we need to sit on before we can actually start drawing and actually paying for that out of that reserve?
Just like a clarification on what's the transportation system levy for? Like if there are roads that we know of in our city that have not been paved, can that come out of that fund? And it can't. So
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. We can only use that for roads identified within there. So, for example, if we were going to, actually what you'll see here is we're proposing a study for the expansion of 132nd Avenue and 116th Street. Ultimately, that road's going to need to be twinned. There's going to be some additional bridging that's going to happen there. We'll be able to use a portion of that for offsite levies to fund part of that, but that's identified within the bylaw. So we can't use it for any road we choose, only identified. And that's what developers pay into that.
okay, I'd like to have a discussion on roads at some point in time. It may not be the right time, but I'd really like to have a discussion around that.
So in specifically to that, possibly, Chief Glavin, could you email council some additional context and information in regards to the roads that are impacted by the transportation system levy?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. For sure, we can put that together.
Thanks. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. And thanks, Chief Whitewood, for explaining these through more. Even though I've been around, it feels like reserves is something that I obviously need to learn more about. I am wondering if you're going to bring back more information. As I appreciate we're looking at 25, but when I look at 26, 27, 28, that's within this budget and seeing that escalate, would you be able to show us by the end of 2028 where administration's forecasting what our reserve levels would be year over year with facility renewal and fleet reserves coming in and out? Just to give me a sense of maybe 87 is where this stops, and then it is stopping from there. But again, if this is going to continue to build by $5 million a year or something, then that's where I'm a little bit concerned. And I guess on the future expenditures, I'm seeing that one go up by $5 million in a year alone. That's the one that I guess caused me of like, is this what we need to be doing to our community? So I think if we had a 4-year lens on that, that would really be helpful for me to see where we're not trying to resolve reserves or roads in 1 year. It's a long-term strategy, and I just want to know if we're putting too much onerous on this budget or the next 4-year budget to build the reserves up.
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I really did want to clarify the $5 million into budget capital allocations of $5 million. So that is a bit of an accounting exercise, we'll call it. So if a capital tax funded project is not completed and capitalized by year end, we have to hold the money in reserves. That's the $5 million you see there. So that's just an estimate because we do know every year we have to do that, and we're trying to estimate our interest earnings and other things. So we did estimate what that capital tax would be carry forward.
Go ahead, Councillor Platt.
And just so on that, if it's possible, maybe, and maybe this would help myself, I'm not sure it would help my colleagues, but when I look at these reserve numbers going forward, would it be possible to show where they're going to be allocated? Like if we're saying there's 10.5 million in 2028, this much is going to facility renewal, this much is going to fleet. I think that would really help my mind, I guess, on this a lot, and I would appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, we can bring that back, and you can look through the fleet replacement, for example. Next year is up to potentially 6.8 million. So you see where we have years where we don't want to budget the 6.8 as a cost and see a significant tax rise. So that's why you see those things happen it's longer term planning. I'd be more than happy to bring back a 10-year forecast on these things. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Bressie.
Cool, thank you. Two thoughts on conversations that are going on. I look forward to seeing that 10-year forecast on these. I think that'll be really interesting to me. And along with that, I'm not expecting to have every single project every single year broken out, but it would be helpful to me understand just a couple of what are the super big projects that are in there. So, for example, a building does cost you a lot of money until you have to replace a roof. And so I don't need every project, but if I could get the really large projects in there and what year you're planning those to hit, I think that would help me understand when I see that forecast. The other thought is I really agree with Councillor Blackmore. I think we need to talk about this public art reserve and actually spending that, and I'll bring that forward to a future committee meeting if I don't get beat to it. But I just wanted to really echo that.
And possibly maybe who's going to be bringing forward the community enhancement policy? Is that you, Ms. Whiteway?
That one's outstanding on
on yours.
Admin, yes.
So maybe it becomes part of that conversation. Yeah.
I did have a follow-up to Councillor Blackmore's question on the procedure for that.
Go for it.
Yeah. So procedure 214-1 provides direction to admin to use the fund. And the process is to go through SDWC, and then it does go to the Community Advisory Committee. So that's who helps with that. Just as an example, funds were allocated a budget last year for Indigenous art via intergovernmental relations, but we've just not yet spent it. But we have used it. That's a recent example of where it was used.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just a question in regards to the facility renewal. Just wrapping my brain around an example here. Typical repairs and upgrades throughout the years or what's upcoming on our facilities, but things like the Montrose site with the art gallery envelope repairs. Now, to my recollection, a lot of that is under a loan, but is there some money that can be taken out of facility renewal and put into that project?
It was a combination. But
it was?
Go ahead.
I don't recall.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. On the Montrose Cultural...
The envelope.
Correct. So that's a little bit of an extra bit of policy that applies to that one. So you do have minimum borrowing thresholds as well. So within your borrowing policy, there is a minimum allowable. So trying to not have smaller debt projects running. So part of that was if you do fund by another source, you won't qualify for debt anymore either.
Oh, so is there a percentage that so the majority will go under debt or all of it? Or is a percentage coming out of facility renewal?
That one was completely
debt. Was it? Okay.
There was, pardon me, there was old capital that we had. I'll have to check the funding source, but the additional costs as presented at mid-year was totally debt funded.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
I just want to clarify that part of that project was funded through facility renewal.
Right, we're just looking up that amount, yeah.
Okay. All right, so if you want to continue with the capital presentations, Ms. Whiteway?
Certainly, and it's investment and strategy first to review projects.
Mr. Tarrant? 44, I think.
Page 44 is the more detailed descriptions. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So under investment and strategy, there is 3 capital items that all fall within Invest Grande Prairie. The first one is the healthcare attraction and retention strategy. So this builds on the work that has been done in the last couple of years. Last year, Council did fund $50,000 towards this plan, which went towards a number of different initiatives in terms of supporting a medical camp that was here and supporting a number of orientation events for medical students and a number of other pieces. Council has been briefed on the incentive program that is being developed and will be to Council for final approval this by the end of the year. And so a large part of the requested amount for 2025 will fall under that incentive package for attraction and retention of medical professionals. And there will also be a number of other smaller initiatives that we'll continue to do in terms of meeting with students and connecting with them and having a number of different events to reach out and encourage more students to move into the medical field, but also to support the city and choose the city. And that's, I'll leave it at that one.
Okay.
Move on.
Sorry, just for council, I see a few of you in the queue. Let's get through each bucket, each chief, and then we'll do the questions at the end.
Perfect. The next one is for the regional workforce partnership. So this was a partnership that was developed a couple of years ago, and it's with the MD of Greenview and with the County of Grande Prairie, as well as with the Chamber of Commerce and NWP, looking at coordinating actions to address employment demands in the area. So this is the committed dollars that we have committed to the partnership over the next 3 years. And just a note too that with the regional branding exercise that we did, it's now referred to as the Work Northwest partnership. The final project is fiber project. So this is looking at doing a broadband analysis throughout the city, identifying where some of the network needs are and some of the gaps are, and identifying some current or some opportunities to address some of these gaps, to be able to work with private companies and provide them some information should they want to invest, and encouraging them to invest in fiber within the city.
All right. Questions for Interim Chief Tarrant, recognizing Councillor Berg.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I was just more wondering if you want motions for business on
Let's
these.
do it at the end, so in case there's questions, then the administration can get
Thank you.
together. Councillor Blackmore.
I'm certainly not opposed to putting money into healthcare attraction and retention, but I know that some of that money is spent on the physicians' barbecue, and I'm not feeling that that's a good use of funds because there's more city staff there than there are physicians and children. I don't know if more people came after I left this year, but I thought it was even less attended than the year before. I'm just wondering if I'm not opposed to putting money in that bucket, but I'm wondering if we can somehow rethink how we're spending it.
I know there was significantly more people attended this year than last year, but I don't think, Mr. Tarrant, is that initiative in this?
No, through the mayor, that is funded through council's public relations budget.
Okay. That I asked yesterday, it was included in this.
No,
Okay.
not in this specific strategy.
Okay. I stand on my opinion.
No further questions for you, Mr. Tarrant. So moving on to Financial Administrative Services.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. From the financial management team, the capital request is for a enterprise asset management implementation. This has been on the capital plan now for a couple of years. It's to supply and implement a commercial off-the-shelf modular enterprise asset management technology solution. We're looking for one that could be configurable by city staff and requires few, if any, modifications, with looking to focus on meeting the current and future needs of the organization and optimizing the performance of a broad range of assets across the city to best service the residents. In this project has been split over 2 years to match actual spending. Implementations do take more than 1 year typically, so the capital has been asked for $625,000 for 2025 and $625,000 for 2026. Within the Geographical and Information Technology Services team, there's 3 projects that we're looking for 2025. Corporate IT initiatives. This budget does include our corporate network infrastructure initiatives, such as server and network infrastructure projects. This is set to improve performance, security, and scalability of the business operations. This is the main infrastructure technology of the organization that allows the day-to-day operations. That capital request is for $50,000 for 2025. And each annual, and then each year after, there's additional asks. Within the security and disaster recovery, it's $102,000 request for 2025. These initiatives protect sensitive and critical data from unauthorized access or destruction. This project is responsible for policies, technology, infrastructure, and procedures to enable the recovery of city digital assets in the event of a disaster or compromised infrastructure. And lastly, we are looking to for a budget of $90,000 for 2025 for video surveillance. The City Hall's video surveillance system requires encoders to support current camera installations. And additionally, evergreening facility video surveillance cameras. Each building that utilizes the city's video surveillance system has cameras installed throughout the facility. Both internal and external locations are in high-risk areas, secure areas, and other sensitive areas. That is the projects for 2025 for finance and admin.
All right, questions for administration. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My question is in corporate IT initiatives, that $500,000, and then looking through the next few years, is there any way to smooth this out and do a plan like you do in fleet reserve or facility renewal or something like that? $329,000 a year in the next 5 years is a lot easier than almost, 0.5% in capital tax.
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you for the question. So this budget is an annual one. It is for major infrastructure upgrades being completed. This is smoothing it. So unfortunately, on the year, I'll give an example. So servers and data center hardware is a 5-year end of life for those pieces of equipment. Network routers and switches are being completed in 26 and 27. So those are very just big price tag items that have to be done at the same time. Whereas the $65,000, it's really that there's just not as much that year that would be required. What the director of IT has done is plan these out so that it's just what's required to be done each year. But yes, there's years that are higher and years that are lower, and it is based on the cost of those particular items that have to be done.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. My question's on the enterprise asset management. Not surprising, I'm always asking about that one, but I appreciate it's been split over 2 years. But I'm just wondering, we're a lot of years into this. What new value are we going to get in the next 2 years? And could we just pause these altogether and stop with the enterprise asset management at this point? Or what value is coming in the next 2 years that we're going to see a savings either through tax implications or efficiencies that are worth $1.25 million?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So this is new. This is to support asset management. As you know, we've already discussed asset management a few times throughout. We're seeing it more and more within our grant applications and requirements. And we do have existing asset management systems. However, for example, fleets is almost end of life. We can't get an upgrade. This should tie in all corporate asset management into one system, which will then also be connected to our ERP system. So this is for the ability to see exactly what renewal goes into buildings and repairs and manage all of those tickets. Also monitor our fleet. So we have separate systems now. This is to have one that would be tied to our enterprise resource system as well. But this is to support asset management.
And so is this similar to ERP where a lot of this is program-based, but a lot of this is staff time to set up and implement? Is there a lot of staff time to set up and implement this as well?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you through the chair. Yes, there would be some staff time included in our estimates, but predominantly most of it would be similar to ERP. We will have consultant costs. Likely we'll be looking at a cloud-based system as well. So just building that out with a consultant is the bulk of the price. Then there would be ongoing operational impacts depending on what the end, winning submission would be through a competitive process. And that would be also analyzed during that process of what the ongoing licensing would be for it.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much. I also wanted to ask about ERP, but I'm going a different method there, Councillor Platt. Chief Whiteway, security and disaster recovery programming. Obviously, that's fairly important. It's asking for a bunch of hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years. But when I did some research on ERP and enterprise asset management, both of them have cloud-based security systems that improve the security of our physical assets, create consistent backup plans, auto reminders, and monitor your security profiles and when you need to do your renewals. So how is this going to be any different? Is it just a duplication of what ERP and EAM already do?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you. I think I can follow, but clarify if I've missed your question. So the ERP supports predominantly purchasing, finance, and human resources. So all of that is handled in the ERP. This enterprise asset management, we have some systems already. They are requiring to be either replaced or upgraded. So the intention was to have one system for all city assets. So we don't have that right now. This would be a new addition to our software, and we would no longer support the old ones that we have throughout various departments.
So on both of them, though, they already have built-in security cloud-based systems. So on ERP and EAM. So when I'm talking about security and disaster recovery, it's essentially saying is responsible for policy, security, technology, infrastructure, and procedures to enable the recovery of city digital assets in the event of a disaster or compromised infrastructure, which is exactly what the security details of ERP and EAM also state.
Mr. Burke.
Maybe if I can add some additional context. Those are two of our systems that we use. We have other systems outside of those and other programs that we use, including our email system and all of those things that are separate from ERP and EAP. And that's what this some of this contribution of the security and disaster recovery is for. So we have the cloud-based would have a certain level of security, but then we also have other systems that require us additional protection.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I am assuming somewhat that if we are moving to a different database system or an enterprise asset management system, there's going to be corresponding savings in operational somewhere along the line where we're using less staff time to juggle various spreadsheets, or I would just like some idea of the business case for moving ahead with these additional data programs. It always seems to me when people who sit around this horseshoe talk about whether or not we should implement different computer programs, it's almost like a sacred child that we don't want to throw out with the bathwater. And
Ms. Whiteway, do you have any comments?
I won't. There isn't anticipated to be notable efficiencies with this implementation. So similar to ERP implementation, we're trying to catch up and have our technology to be modern and appropriate for the sophisticated organization that we are. And really, we're not. We're behind on some of those technologies. And this is our opportunity to be able to have appropriate software to support our asset management.
But we can't move forward with projects because we want to keep up with some other municipality. We need to realize benefits either through savings of staff time or through better management of systems. We need positive reasons to do this, and besides looking good on the municipal slide of Alberta.
I guess, sorry, go ahead, Mr. Burke.
Yeah, I would add and echo that it won't be significant efficiencies that are obvious, but the systems we have are reaching their end of their life. So we have to either upgrade those or look for a new one. This is looking at one that is more integrated, which in theory should have some efficiencies. I can't quantify those right now. One of the main drivers, though, in why asset management is important to the organization, in our view, is that it's becoming an increasing grant requirement, and our ability to provide the information that other levels of government are requiring for our asset management plan is becoming more challenging with the systems we currently have in place. So if we don't proceed with this, we are at risk at not receiving some of the grants that we're applying for. It's one of the criteria that has now become essentially standard in grants is information on our asset management plan.
Okay, I accept that as a logical argument.
Councillor Bressie, and then I'll jump in.
Yeah, I do want to echo whether you agree with it or not. As somebody that's spent a lot of time in a room with the top provincial decision makers on grants, this is front and center of all conversations when it comes to grant design and grant programs. So whether you agree with it or not, that is the reality of where all provincial governments, not just our provincial government here, are today with grants. And really want to echo the risk mitigation of, I know what happens when you have a software that goes unsupported. It's all of a sudden you have people that can't do the work you do. It also creates huge security vulnerabilities. So I do not want to see a place where we've got things aging out. But an actual question I have about this is, I've lost track of where asset management's gone over the last 1 or 2 years, but I know early in my term, this was something I was really hammering home, and I felt like, and I know that there was some asset management stuff that we just kept on bumping. Is this one of those things we kept on bumping and we originally planned to do years ago? Am I remembering that correctly? I could be completely wrong on that.
Well, yes, we have had it for a while. I can't remember how many years, but I do know that council did make the decision to. We had conversations, ERP first sort of thing, and admin fully intends to look for a product that will be in alignment with our existing corporate product. Like we have Oracle for ERP and Salesforce. Our intention would be to ensure that this can align with both of those systems as well. But yes, it has been pushed a couple times.
Okay, thank you.
I have a couple questions in this vein, and maybe you can bring it back with other answers later. I just feel like this never ends. And I feel like maybe my first term, maybe it was second, I don't recall, is when we visited this. I appreciate the requirement and the need for strong enterprise asset management. Not debating that. I just want to know when it's going to end. Or is it just that councils in perpetuity are putting $1.5 million into this stuff every year?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Clayton. I believe that typically these systems should be lasting you 15 to 20 years. with cloud solutions, they roll out upgrades that our staff manage and take care of. We run a very small consulting budget within different departments to help support during different times, but typically these should be lasting for 15 to 20 years. Our legacy systems were in place for a very long time. It is hopeful that these steps now in technology will set us up well for many years to come. I don't anticipate that you'd have these significant investments in the near future.
Right. However, 2026 has over $1 million. Enterprise risk. And when I say that, I'm not just talking about enterprise asset management. I'm talking about corporate IT initiatives, all of it. That sort of bucket of corporate IT initiatives, security and disaster recovery, whatever those initiatives are, never ends. I bet you in my 11 years we've put $15 million into it. It's a lot.
Yeah. Sorry, I misunderstood. But
okay.
In terms of corporate IT, absolutely. That is going to remain a cost of doing business. And protecting city assets we see it all the time. And as technology advances, it becomes more and more important to be able to keep business and operations going.
But your expectation is that the enterprise asset management implementation after 2026 should be okay for a while, for 10 years.
We should be implementing a solution that's long term.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I think you said it really well, because it does feel like it's just an ongoing thing, and maybe it's just an educational thing for me. But on the enterprise asset management, if this is something the province is requiring, is there any funding for this? Or can we add this to the list of downloads? Because this just feels like a download to me, that now we shall have this as well to be able to apply for things if we can go in for grants. And at some point, when I think of the downloads that the province has done that have impacts to the city, like this and some of our other areas, do we keep a calculation of these, that although they aren't a download, this feels like a download to me. We've survived for a long time as a city without these. And so if this is something the province is requiring, is there not a funding stream to ask the province to help us out with this? Or to remind them, we don't see enough value in this, and maybe some do. I don't see enough value in this personally, to continue to spend this much money, because I'm with Mayor Clayton. I don't have a lot of sense of confidence that in 2 years we're not going to see enterprise, whatever they want to call it, next comes up and it's another $1 million for that rolling forward. I'd like to be confident of that, but it's never been less than a couple $1 million a year, $1.5 million a year since I've been on council. And is there any ability to ask the province to help out with these things that feel like an offload?
Mr. Burke?
I just would add into that it isn't only for the province, that there is advantages to our organization. And you've heard over the last couple of days about how we're looking at extending the life of our assets. That's been directly related to the work, bringing on an asset manager. And we do have some limitations on the legacy systems we have. The idea being that this is a modern system that will give us more information, more refined information on our assets, so that our goal is that we extend the life so it does reduce costs. So when we talk about efficiencies, I believe they'll come, and we're seeing them. It's just hard to quantify right now. But I just want to make the point, this isn't only for the province. There is value to our organization, to our taxpayers, when we are able to maximize the life of our assets.
So to Councillor Blackmore's earlier point, though, I guess what's concerning to me is we have a team that does facility management. We do reports on buildings all the time. We're already spending a lot of money in this space. So I have a hard time when we're spending another $1.25 million without being able to say there's going to be some true bottom line savings at some point, because we're not getting rid of bodies that are managing our facilities. We're going to continue to do facility reports. We're doing all those things already. So I guess we'll ask a different lens. Is there a less expensive way to do this that we can move forward without it being $1.25 million? Is this the Cadillac of Cadillacs? Is there a way we can get through with this without spending $1.25 million of the community's money in the next 2 years?
Thank you for the question. First of all, we would try to, of course, go with the most practical, but our estimates and what these go for, that is sufficient budget. It would meet our requirements to be able to report as we currently report, monitor as we currently monitor, and produce the data that we have. So if the investment isn't made, as the city manager explained, we have some end of life coming up anyways. So a decision point may end up coming of, well, then we can't have asset management because we have no system, or are we going to implement enterprise asset management system?
Okay. And I'd like to make a motion around this at some point.
Okay, I'll come back to you for business. Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think that whole ERP system cost us close to $10 million, and then licensing fees on top of that. That's almost $500,000 every year that we just found out too. My question actually is, I'm okay with EAM. I hear what my colleagues are saying though, and what the CEO is saying, but in 2 to 3 years, the government's going to ask us to have artificial intelligence systems operating our asset management. So that's going to be another download of cash that we're going to have to make, and another upgrade in our technological infrastructure. So I guess my question is, I'm still having trouble with the security and disaster recovery. So underneath the corporate IT initiatives, is $500,000 there versus $102,000 for security and disaster recovery. Now, as it states under this heading for corporate IT initiatives, is for security and scalability of the business operations, the main infrastructure technology of the organization to allow day-to-day operations. Is it possible that we could fit security and disaster recovery inside this $500,000 funding envelope?
Sorry, I just need a moment. I appreciate your question. I think it's a better conversation in camera when we're talking about IT security. So, can I get a motion to go in camera? Thanks. All in favor? Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Council Committee of the Whole Budget Deliberations. We are currently on capital plan project descriptions and under the Financial and Administrative Services column. I had one question, and I'll open it up to my colleagues if there's any other questions, and then we will move on to operational services. Ms. Whiteway, in regards to municipal wireless project, can you tell me a little bit more about that? I see that it's intelligent transportation, but it's outdoor access to Wi-Fi as well. And I just don't know if we have a lot of people that use outdoor Wi-Fi in our facilities. Data plans are relatively inexpensive now. And so if you could just give me a bit more background on that. Thanks.
Okay. I'll see if I can get, I don't know if there's other questions, but I'll see if I can get if they do track any sort of utilization. I don't have that right away, but I could bring it back.
And then the intelligent transportation system. What is that? Sorry.
That's for all of our intersections require Wi-Fi.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. Councillor O'Connor. Ask your question, sir, and then we'll worry about your bucket. Can you use Councillor Berg's mic, please? Just turn your request to speak. There we go. Oh, there you go. Now you're on. I think you did that.
Thank you. Just curious on the system. This is for Ms. Whiteway. On your supply and implement of a commercial off-the-shelf modular enterprise, can you confirm for me that the current system is going to die in the next 2 years, and it takes 2 years to get the system up and running?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you for the question through the mayor. I can't say for certain it would die in 2 years, but it is reaching, our systems are reaching end of life, so it could be any time, absolutely. Yes, implementations and development of these types of software solutions do require a lengthy implementation time, likely in the range of 18 to 24 months.
Okay, and with that, I understand this will give more ability for staff to be able to configure to their needs to meet the needs that are being required of your department.
Ms. Whiteway.
That's right. It does extend beyond. I know we've had conversations on grants and different things, but it does extend beyond that. It allows our tracking and our data to be that much more robust in terms of what investment, what have we done to our different buildings and equipment, and we will be able to keep that data all together. So there's definitely limitations in our current system. We would spend a lot more time now having to put data together from different systems in order to bring the things forward that we do to council. So this would help to centralize all of that into one.
Okay, so that you're looking at a reduction of time spent on putting information together. Am I correct in hearing that?
Thank you, through the mayor. Absolutely, that we really do hope that it would make for exactly that. What that might translate to, we wouldn't know at this point, but something we would monitor during the course of post-implementation to see differences in workloads. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. So I see, now it jumped you in the queue. No further questions in regarding financial administrative services. We are going to move on to operational services. There's multiple pages there. Just remind my colleagues that some of the items are not allocated for 2025. So I'll turn it over to Chief Lemieux. Sorry, I thought you both just did it all.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. We'll start off with sundial remediation. We're proposing removal and remediation of areas of the existing brickwork that have settled and created hazards for visitors. Administration originally put this in the budget for 2025 last year at $350,000. We've kind of reimagined the project this year, and we're proposing $50,000. It does change the area quite a bit. It is a very large area of brick. We're proposing to utilize some of the existing brick, create pathways, and then grass most of the area. We just couldn't make it make sense to spend $350,000 to do like for like, but we did want to highlight that to council that we did amend the scope quite a bit. So that's what we have for that. Moving into climate adaptation, this is what we discussed at committee earlier this week. This climate adaptation plan is something that has become a requirement for some grant funding opportunities. The most significant one that's currently out there, but again, this is growing, is the Adaptation and Action Program through FCM's Green Municipal Fund. That program currently has up to 60% of eligible project costs for projects up to $1 million that they would contribute. And so there are projects that we would qualify for if we had a climate adaptation plan. So there is some significant dollars on the line for this one. Moving into facilities emergency repairs. This is a fund that we use for unplanned major facility repairs. So recently some examples would be the ice plant at Design Works, air conditioning units at City Hall, lift station repairs that we had to make at the outdoor pool, all of those unplanned emergency repairs. The next, Bear Paw driving range. We had an assessment completed on the integrity of the poles in 2023. These poles are the poles that currently support the netting that keep balls, or at least most balls, within the driving range area. The assessment has that essentially all of the poles needed to be replaced within 1 to 3 years. We did run an inspection program, a visual inspection program for the balance of 2024 on a daily basis to ensure that we didn't see any safety risk in that time that allowed Nitehawk to continue operating it. Currently, there are safety concerns that we have there. The cost, the high-level estimated cost to replace it based on discussions with industry experts is about $800,000. Now, that is not a designed cost. To get an actual cost estimate, we would need to perform a design. It looks like ballpark that's going to be in the neighborhood of $60,000 to do a design for the netting in the area. And this would be to bring it up to current industry standards and to address some of these safety concerns in the area. We do have balls that leave the driving range towards the houses as well as to the baseball diamond. An additional consideration on this end is the site is on top of a former landfill that was decommissioned that does have regulatory requirements that likely didn't exist at the time that the driving range was installed initially. Moving on to the next fund would be bridges, repair and maintenance. This covers the cost of ongoing bridge repairs and maintenance, ensuring safety, functionality, as well as preserving the asset's lifespan. Design and construction manual. These manuals haven't been updated for over a decade now, and there is a need to update them to bring them up to current best practices, as well as legislation that's in place that requires us to authenticate any designs within it. And that's legislation that was passed, I think, 3 years ago by the province that compels us to do that for contractors to rely upon our designs. Moving on to Grant Spirit Foundation lot servicing. This is part of an agreement that we have with Grand Spirit for the Smith project that we're required to provide a service lot. This amount is estimated to be sufficient in order to provide that servicing. Inspection programs. This program covers various inspections throughout the city that meet our regulatory requirements, such as our road inspections, sidewalk inspections, pathways, annual spillway inspections, traffic signals, among others. Land acquisition. This is essentially a placeholder that ultimately requires admin to bring forward a debt bylaw if we're actually to go out, unless council chose another funding source. There's not currently a land that needs to be acquired, but this is part of the process. Pathways Sidewalk Rehabilitation Program. So this capital work is guided by our inspection programs. Admin is proposing a reduction in this for 2025 as we've reprioritized some of the funding this year to accommodate the spillway and dam armoring program or upgrades that are necessary. We also, as you'll notice, there's nothing in the budget for slope repair this year. That was also reallocated for that priority. We're comfortable with this right now just due to the condition of our trails. We feel that we are not sacrificing quality by reducing it for this year. In plans and studies, this program covers many projects such as the Stormwater Drainage Master Plan, Bear Creek Corridor Study, among many others. The funding for 2025 is allocated for the 116th Street and 132nd Avenue intersection expansion study. This study will look at what improvements are needed to expand the intersection, identified land requirements, as well as preliminary construction costs for the expansion. Road intersection improvements. This is a program that looks after the repair and replacement of existing traffic signals, the installation of new signals, any geometric upgrades, safety improvements, and thermoplastic line painting replacements. In roads, minor resurfacing. This program is used for resurfacing roads that don't meet the criteria of our road rehabilitation budget. This allows us to extend the useful life, improving ride quality in some areas that are unlikely to see the road rehabilitation program in there for quite some time. It's also used for parking lots. Our Old Highway 43, next year we are planning an overlay west of the airport, as well as some additional intersection work, assuming we have the sufficient budget at 116th Street, 108th Street along that corridor, and a few other minor projects associated with those. Road rehabilitation. This is the city's primary road program that covers overlays, full-depth reclamation, and reconstruction of the city's arterial, collector, and local roads. I do want to highlight one project that we have on the books for next year, which is 101st Avenue between 98th Street and 100th Street downtown. I want to highlight this because it is shown as a future phase of the downtown rehabilitation program. It was never funded. But it is something that I do want to highlight because if we go and do the rehabilitation that we would in there, the road's good again for 10 plus years, and it wouldn't likely make economic sense to go and update that to the same standard as the other sections of downtown that we've done, like 101st west of 100th Street or any of the other downtown projects. So I do want to highlight that as the cost to do it to the standard that we did the other roads is dramatically higher than it costs to do a traditional rehabilitation. Spillway and dam armoring. This project was identified through a required annual engineering inspection. We've now received the design for the armoring. The design is recommending an interlocking concrete block product, not the riprap that we initially discussed. It looks a little bit different than riprap, but it is much more economical. It's about half the price of doing riprap. Stormwater capital improvements. This annual program looks after the installation of new and the rehabilitation of existing storm lines, culverts, maintenance accesses, catch basins, outfalls, ponds, major overland drainage routes, and our storm inspection and flushing program. We are seeing, and you'll notice that the capital costs have continued to rise on this. We are seeing and some of that's a result of premature failure of steel storm pipe. This is a product that had an expected useful life of about 75 years. We're seeing it fail at around 50 in a lot of areas. One example would have been this year in a residential neighborhood where we went in with an initial project of 8 meters, and once we got into the project, we had to replace 80 meters of the pipe, and that is not an uncommon story of late. We saw that as well with the old Highway 43 bypass. And the steel pipe does represent about 22% of our current storm pipe in the city, so it is going to be a challenge going forward. The next one is the Legion track. The Legion track was last resurfaced in 2012. The expected useful life of that is about 10 years. We're in year 12. We did have an assessment of it done earlier this year. The assessment estimates that there's still about 1 to 4 years of useful life in it with maintenance. Although it's in good shape, we did want to bring it forward for at least council awareness, as we are getting some complaints from user groups, and it is a site of the Special Olympics coming up. It is currently in the budget as unfunded, however. Parkside dugouts. This is another one that has been something we've heard from user groups on, is the need for the construction of dugouts at the Parkside baseball diamond for safety. This is another, it's not currently funded within this capital budget. In playgrounds, the city currently owns and maintains 104 playgrounds. There's $300,000 allocated for 2025. This is earmarked for the proposed Jumpstart playground, as well as a playground in Crystal Ridge that doesn't meet the trigger for removal, but is needed for replacement. South Bear Creek amenity renewal. This program is utilized for the maintenance of baseball diamonds, dugouts, fencing, turf, netting, and both of our bike skills parks. So although it's called South Bear Creek, it does also maintain the Crystal Lake Bike Park. Our tree replacement program. This program is utilized to replace trees throughout the city that we lose prematurely due to whether that be vandalism, a car hitting it, or just premature death of those assets. The urban forest strategy. This is a continuation of our previous year's projects, and we'll pick up north of the creek on 108th Street, where this year's program ended, and we'll continue along the old bypass till just east of 102nd Street. And lastly, the Fleet System Reserve. This program provides for the life cycle replacement of equipment and vehicles. And with that, I'll take any questions.
All right. Well, the queue's only so big and it's full. I don't know if it overlaps, but I'll start with Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'll just start with 2 quick questions for you. The $60,000 for the Bear Paw driving range, for the engineering study, we have internal engineers. Can we not do this internally?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. No, we don't have any structural engineers that would be necessary to come up with that design.
Okay. And then the second question, on the dugouts on page 53, you said there's a safety concern. Can you elaborate? Because when it comes to safety, that should be, top priority for us to hear.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I believe the concern is just baseballs being hit while people are sitting, or kids are sitting, or whoever is sitting on the bench, and there's no protection.
So they're asking for like netting or fencing.
If you're familiar with the dugouts at South Bear Creek, where essentially you have a wooden structure with a roof and kind of a half wall at the front.
Right, but I mean the net, like you could put up a screen above that.
No structure there right now at
all. Oh, okay. No, it's a fence, not a. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just to build on the dugouts, has there been any? I see it's unfunded, but and appreciate that it's unfunded now. Has there been any conversations with the slow pitch leagues about saying it's trying to get them to see if there's an ability for them to leverage it through their groups to build these? I think there's 2 ball diamonds there, so we're looking at $20,000 a dugout. So I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity for us to leverage some community groups that would actually, that's who's the most impacted by it, I would guess. And just wondering if there's an opportunity for them to look at sourcing that and seeing what they could price it as well. Just a comment. Then the other one I was going to ask on facility emergency repairs for $150,000. Appreciate it's a standing item. Would it be possible to kind of get a historical what the last 3 to 5 years looks like that? And then if I'm understanding, or I'm hoping I understand this right, but I don't want to assume, if it wasn't utilized, would that just roll into the facility renewal reserve fund if that $150,000 wasn't actualized? Because it has a, yeah, I'm just wondering where, if it wasn't used, would it just be zero and we'd see a tax, a surplus in the year because of that, or would it roll into reserve if it wasn't utilized?
Chief Clavin.
Yeah, so as far as getting a list of the projects and costs, definitely can get that put together. I believe as far as if there's unused portions of it, it would, but then it would, actually, I'm going to give it to our CFO, make sure I don't butcher it.
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Essentially, if we don't use it, we don't pull it from the reserve, so it would just stay there until utilized. So again, maybe an emergency repair staggers a year or something, it would just remain in the reserve until it's spent.
Okay, and was there any, I guess for me, we're already putting into that reserve, was there any thought of just adding to that reserve so this doesn't look like another standing item, or is there a reason we want to have this as a separate line item? We're already transferring to that reserve anyways, or is there a reason we want to have this as a separate line item just saying emergency?
Go ahead, Ms.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So this is pulling from the reserve, so it's spending from the reserve. What we went through the budgeted deposits. Essentially, that's what helps fund these items. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I'll hop back in the queue.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I have 3 items. Center 2000 sundial brick. I appreciate that it's not 350,000; it's more like 50,000. I think this is overdue because it was looking very tired and unkept. With the changes, will it be easier for parks to maintain?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. In the case of the brick, usually it ends up being our transportation crews who do it. They're also the ones who do the brick downtown for any of the sidewalks. Yes, less brick. Brick is very time consuming to level and maintain. So it will in theory be less work and the additional grass would be negligible for a mow crew to go in and cut.
Okay, another one, old Highway 43 rehab program. I know that's part of the old bypass. I believe, is that the final part of this project, or is there some more phases after this?
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Essentially, this will be, I believe after this, we've essentially touched every portion of Highway 43. This was certainly the end of the funding that we received from the government upon our takeover of the highway.
And if I may, Mayor, one more?
Sure.
Okay, around the cemetery and the expansion, I had to look up this word because I'm not familiar with it, but a few years ago, I know that there was demand for a columbarium. In other words, there's more cremations than there are burials as of later. That seems to be the trend, and people are looking for places to place the ashes in a column wall. Is that something that we've explored, or has it already happened? I just would like an update.
Chief Glavin.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. There's currently 2 columbariums at the cemetery. One is owned by the city, and one is owned by a funeral home.
Okay, and are they near capacity, or how are they doing?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'd have to confirm, but I'm not aware of a imminent need for expansion of those.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. We'll start with Center 2000 and the sundial. Everybody's assuming it's just the sundial, but the entry into Center 2000 is an accident looking for a place to happen. So I'm hoping that's done sooner rather than later.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Could I get a little bit more context on that one?
Yeah, well, it's the sidewalk brick going in. So it's
just around the sundial.
Oh no, the front entry is in terrible shape.
The item on the budget is just the sundial. It's not center.
Are you sure? It says Center 2000 and sundial brick refurbishment. I'm pretty sure the front entry should be in there.
I'll have to confirm. I believe it is just the sundial area, but I'll get that confirmed with our project manager.
My second point.
Sure.
On the $450,000 for bridges repair and maintenance program, I see. Is that a number that, if you don't use it, it goes back into capital, or is that something it looks like a standard number all the way through the 5 years? So I'm just wondering what that entails.
Evan?
Yeah, so the way that one works is that if we don't utilize all of the funds, it does stay within that capital project for a future year. There's some years where you might have $1 million project for required repairs and maintenance on a bridge, and then the following year we may have very little, and then you'll need that year to replenish the reserve in order to do the work. The reason why it's budgeted the way that we are doing that steady 450,000 is just so that we don't have one year where we need a capital tax of 1.5 million, and then the following year we need zero. It just makes it easier to manage from a tax perspective.
So do we have a reporting system that says, here, we've only used 150? Where does that show up for us as council?
So I'm going to pass this over to the CFO.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just help Chief Glavin here. We do report it from financial services at second quarter each year, so you can see what remaining balances are in capital projects at Q2.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'll get back in the queue if there's another one.
Councillor Blackmore.
First of all, Center 2000 sundial, do we need to put any brick around it? Can we do something else, like a combination of grass and flower bed? I just don't see the value of a brick there at all. And it just continues to be, it's just an ongoing issue.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'll answer two questions here, just to confirm that it is just the area around the sundial, not the brick adjacent to the building, for Councillor O'Connor. And addressing, do we need brick or not? The reason why we're continuing to recommend putting some brick there is just when there is wet weather, so that we do get people that go there and want to have their picture beside the sundial, and lots of conditions, whether it's nice or not nice out. Essentially, it's just a service level so that you can walk there without getting in mud or soft surfaces.
Yeah, I just stand further away if it's wet. It doesn't seem like a big issue to me. Moving on to Bear Paw driving range pole decommissioning. Because of the fact that it's on an old landfill, and because there's going to be environmental issues that are going to be expensive to retain the driving range, have we suggested to, I don't even know who would do this, if it would be the city or if it would be the ski hill. One thing that Grande Prairie golfers could really use are some big putting greens and chipping greens. And that would be perfect in that location because there would be no disturbance of the landfill. So have we talked to them about that? Have we thought about it?
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. We haven't done any reimagining of that space yet as far as whether it would be anything different until there's a decision on the driving range. But certainly there's lots of different things, and we could work with Nitehawk on that.
I just think that's a much better option all around. The other question I had is the spillway and dam interlocking block. When we had talked about putting riprap there, we knew we could reuse it somewhere else. Is that true of the interlocking block?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yes.
And I have one more question. If I wanted to make a motion when the time comes for design work to be done for 76th Street, 99th Street, and 105th Street leading to the Eco Center, those are the three gravel roads that we have had under discussion. Where would that fall here? I'd make the motion and you'd find, and Ms. Whiteway would tell me where to get the money from, or, because I don't really know.
Chief Whiteway.
I will say that we will go through capital referrals. I believe the gravel roads were discussed yesterday and referred, or 2 days ago, sorry, committee. So there is opportunity to discuss paving of gravel with our budget referral items.
And when's that?
After we get through the capital budget.
Okay.
I say this jokingly, but at this rate, Tuesday, I expect.
I'll be here for it.
Okay, good. Okay, Councillor Bressy, you're next.
Just so you know, Mayor Clayton, we went twice as fast before you shamed that side of the room into getting into the queue all the time.
Exactly.
My apologies, Chief Glavin. I missed the road downtown you said was getting resurfaced and wouldn't be to the new standards.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. It's 101st Avenue between 98th Street and 100th Street.
Excellent. Thank you. Councillor Blackmore stole mine this time.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Thanks, Chief Glavin. I have 3 questions. First is on a capital item actually scheduled for next year. It's the Bonnets Energy Center exterior doors. I know that we've been pushing this down pretty much since the last council. So I guess my question is this a needed yesterday project? And when we're talking about energy efficiency, are we seeing any issues with the doors? Like, are they sticking? Do we have ice jams forming? Stuff like that.
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, there's a lot of issues with the doors from rusting. They've been limping them along for a few years now. It's essentially all of the exterior man doors. They're kind of the large that are kind of 4 doors in one if you see them around. There's other than just those, those are just the bigger ones. But they're failing, essentially. The jambs are rusting, the doors are rusting, and they're just not performing as they're needed.
Okay, yeah, just showing my cards here. I'll probably make a motion later to see if we can bump this up somehow. My second question is, well, before I go, I just want to commend your team for the sundial brick refurbishment. That's a 7 times decrease, so it takes a lot of work, and it's sort of just an example of all the hard work that all of our administration did in putting together this budget, so I wanted to make sure I commented there. On the climate adaptation planning, it says here that part of the $150,000 is to obtain the services of a specialist to create this climate adaptation plan. I guess my own thoughts are is we've had a lot of learnings over the years. We've seen everything from fires and floods. We've set up monitors around the dam. We're armor walling the dam. We've created a fire break around the water treatment plant. We still got to think of ways to protect the Grande Prairie Regional Hospital. I think Councillor Blackmore was intimating that with the road in there. Can we do this in-house, or do we have to hire the specialist?
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. As far as doing it in-house, in theory we could. In practice, I think it would be challenging. We in the area that's responsible for this, there's not a lot of out-of-scope staff, and we don't have a lot of the per se expertise, I don't think, to do it. There's some existing work that the city has that is going to go into this and be regurgitated into a climate adaptation plan, but they are quite substantial documents that we believe do require some external experts in order to bring it forward and get a product that would be acceptable for funding when we do apply to an organization like FCM.
Okay, no, thank you for that. And my last question is on the intersection improvement program. So I have here circled the safety improvements. So there's lots here. Geometric upgrades, I'm assuming, will constitute the bulk of the cost on that program. But what kind of safety improvements would these include in our intersections? Are these the cameras above that sort of monitor the traffic?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. It was the intersection program, correct? So it could be something like a geometric upgrade, which could be adding a turning lane, for example, like if we're having issues with people getting frustrated in line for turning and going around and causing potential challenges. That could be something that we look at. It could be if we have inadequate turning radiuses for trucks and trailers that are potentially creating a hazard for pedestrians when you have trailers going over the curb. Those would be some of the potential safety issues that you could have with this.
Okay, so it would all just pretty much be road-based and geometric upgrade-based?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Those are a couple examples. I'm sure if I talked to our traffic engineer, they'd come up with dozens of examples of safety issues that could be mitigated with this program, but those would be a couple off the top of my head.
Cool, thanks.
Just going to jump in the queue. Quick question in regards to roads and minor surfacing. It's approximately $600,000 for this year. Can you remind me what we've spent the last couple of years on that? Because it jumps to 7, so I just wondered if it was reduced for a particular reason, and then or if we normally spent around that 600, and you're suggesting it needs to go up in the future.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just give me a second here.
You can come back to me. Okay.
Yeah, we'll get that back to you.
Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I've got two items that I would like to bring up for questions. One is the Bear Paw driving range pole decommissioning. Now, I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but if you don't ask, you're not going to get it for sure. So is there any possibility that the Nitehawk team, the volunteers that work there, could take the poles down and put new poles in?
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton.
It's an insurance thing, right?
We'd have to. I wouldn't be. I couldn't answer that without a design from an engineer that would give us that conforms to current regulations. There's been a lot of changes to regulations on what you can do on top of a decommissioned landfill site when you're disturbing the cap. There's clay cap on top of it. Those standards have changed over the years. Once we start disturbing that, we will likely have to meet current standard. However, I couldn't give you advice that I'd be comfortable with you communicating back to Nitehawk that they could do it on their own, or anybody could do it on their own without a design.
Oh, fair enough. So in a nutshell, there's no grandfather clause because it's been there for so long. Okay, I get that, no problem. And the Legion track rehabilitation, it's almost at the end of its kind of life, but is there any damage to it that was occurred by vandalism or inappropriate use of vehicles on the track?
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. None that I'm currently aware of. None that I saw in the assessment anyways.
And if we did the rehabilitation, would it be done before the Special Olympics? Is it in good enough quality now that we don't have to touch it this year? And if we have to do it, would it be done for the Special Olympics?
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. My understanding is that yes, the work would be tendered in such a way that it would be done before. I'll just have to request from another department here just to make sure that there's no requirement on the Special Olympics, but none that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you so much.
Just quickly on the Legion track before I go to the queue. If I recall, the Grande Prairie Athletics Association, I think that's their name, Louis Chabot's team, they were applying for significant grants. Chief Lemieux, do you know if they have had any luck on that?
I'll have to get back to you on that, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Actually, while you're looking into that, well, I guess I was under the impression that we had provincials and events next year that needed to have these improvements done. Has something changed on that? I thought this was on our unfunded last year that we were going to fund, and then it got kind of deferred because we were looking at dome locations and how that could impact it. But I thought this was going to have an impact on them hosting provincials and events in 2025.
And again, those discussions have happened. I'm not sure where that's at because of the potential recreation facilities. So some of that stuff's been put on hold, but I'll get an update for council.
And I guess on that, is that why it's sitting in the unfunded list? Because I thought it was funded at one point and then we unfunded it because of that. And now I'm just concerned about that, I guess. So if we can clarify that before budget, because it would be nice to signal if we're going to go ahead with that or not. Please, that would be great. I'm just wondering, Mayor Clayton, I know we're not looking at motions on this and maybe it's just a thing, but we've kind of all been asking about these ongoing placeholders between like facilities, bridge repairs. There's about a half a dozen line items that are ongoing, just dollar amounts rolling forward. Is it possible just to get a study that would encompass all of those, showing what the 5-year historical average have been spending, just to see that that's the right number? I don't know if it's too high, too low.
On what items?
Well, there's facility emergency repairs, there's bridges repairs and road program maintenance, there's our intersection improvement program, there's our storm capital improvement. There's just a placeholder number put in there for 5 years of time, which is the same every year. So I can appreciate that. I don't know if that's enough or too much. And so I'd like to get a sense of scale of, is that a number that we're going to be seeing that, hey, we should be moving this up to 200,000 for 5 years, not 150, or vice versa, we should be moving it to 100 instead of 150. I'm just wondering, doesn't need to happen today. I'm not looking at changing any funding sources or any funding on them. Just to know a sense of scale on those numbers moving forward, if they're the right numbers. I'm confident administration would have that, but we don't really get a lot of background information on that. So it'd just be nice to see that if possible.
Chief White, any context in regards to the strategy, the approach there?
As Chief Glavin already had mentioned, really it is a smoothing. We know these things happen. We require them, absolutely. We use them every year. we can go back. We've began reporting on exactly what's spent. So each quarter you do see your capital project listing, in Q2, the details. So we can go back and organize. I'm not sure, though, if we're looking at actual spending, it would take us a bit of time to compile that on a 5-year back. So not something I don't think we could turn around in the morning, but...
Well, I could be at a later standing committee or something. And can I have one other one? I'm just curious, Councillor Thies made a comment about the exterior doors on Bonnet Centre, and it's under capital tax. If that was moved forward, would that qualify under facility renewals in our reserve fund using that?
Ms. Whiteway.
I admittedly missed which project, pardon me.
It's the Bonnets doors that they're not funded till 2026, but then in 2026 it's a capital tax. I'm wondering if we have the ability to use that as our facility renewal fund. Seems like something to me that the doors of a facility seem like something that should be through the facility fund, but I maybe don't fully understand how we prescribe that fund.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Use of that reserves within council's decision making, and if you'd like to allocate that as a funding source, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Chief Glavin, I think you probably mentioned it, but I don't recall. Can you remind me on the Pathway and Sidewalk Rehabilitation Program? The inspection program is only indicated to be $500,000 this year, but then $1.5 million for every year after that. Can you explain to me why the differential in those?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So that's the actual rehabilitation program of putting asphalt down and replacing our sidewalks. That has been our number for quite a few years in that ballpark. We are reprioritizing funding to try to stay within the capital tax envelope this year. And the reason why we're doing that is we have the unexpected armoring costs. So we have reprioritized funding from pathways and slope repair for this year. And we reduced by $1 million for the pathways and then $650,000 for the slope repair. And then we are going back to our typical. We will reevaluate the pathways on a year to year on what we think we need. And we are trying a couple of different techniques right now for our pathways that, depending on the success of that, we may readjust our spending on pathways, or at least our recommendations in the future.
Can you tell me the impacts if council didn't spend that $500,000 this year? You know, you took $1 million already from another fund. What if we wanted to save that for 1 year?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Essentially, we would just defer some replacements.
I don't hear a lot about. I hear a lot about how great our pathways are. I don't hear a lot about the condition of them because we've done a fair amount of work over the past few years. So.
And just in addition, it is pathways and sidewalks for that funding.
Okay, so it's not just the trail network. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Plott. I think Councillor Thiessen, you were going to jump back in, maybe. No. Okay. You're okay. No further questions on operational. Go ahead, Councillor Plott.
I was trying to remember what it was about. I was thinking of Councillor Thiessen, but it was under the construction manual update for the $125,000. I appreciate you mentioned that we probably need to get out of scope. Is that a number that, I guess we've signaled a number here, and so I always worry when we're going to go to RFP now, if we could do that for $100,000 or $75,000. Is there a reason we picked that amount, I guess, that I'm looking at? And I'm wondering if I lowered that amount, do we still feel confident at $100,000 that we could still find an engineering firm or the third-party company that would work between industry and city to compile that report?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So I'll just refresh based on previous capital. So this is $125,000 in addition to $125,000 that was previously approved in capital. So administration proposed $250,000, I want to say 2 years ago. Don't quote me on that, perhaps, but and it was reduced to $125,000. We went and we looked to see what can we do with $125,000. And essentially, we didn't believe it was worth going forward with the $125,000 to get the product that we needed for the design and construction manual. So for context, in other communities, these have ranged in costs up to over $1 million for the design and construction manual development. We think, based on what we're proposing here over the next 3 years is that will likely be around $500,000 total, but we're looking to do it in segments so that we can break it up and do the most important ones, like looking at our general specs and roads.
Oh, no, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, because we did. I think I did that last term or last term. So I'm just curious on back to Councillor Blackmore's comments about the road programs. Knowing that we probably won't have the design manual updated in that time, and we're looking at spending millions of dollars again on a major artery on our 108th Street. Is there conversations that we could have without the design manual moving forward about that road specifically? Because that's a road that we don't want to beautify at some point. And so I'm wondering if there's an ability to pivot without a design center change on these major arteries that we're looking at upgrading and spending, we've got a couple $1 million in that for next year. Is there ability to pivot on that and look at a different style curb system that would look better moving forward, that wouldn't cost an incredible amount more to do now without changing the design standards?
In the interim, yes, we could for design. It would likely be, and I might just confirm back with our group, but more limited to a reconstruction project where we're going in and we're changing, we're rebuilding the road as opposed to the overlays. Like for next year's projects, a lot of them are overlays and full depth reclamation where we're not going to be doing concrete or a bunch of work adjacent to the roadway. So it will really depend on the type of road. So, and the design and construction manual, a lot of it is focused on land development as well for land developers and the standards that they need to follow. And that's where we have challenges currently with the authentication requirement that was introduced by the government, the Alberta government, that they other engineers cannot rely upon our designs because they haven't been essentially stamped off by an engineer, and that is a new requirement that just came in within the last, I think, 3 years.
Thanks.
Public Services, is that you, Chief Glavin? Oh, Chief Lemieux.
I just have some quick answers, Madam Mayor, if I may. So there was a question about resurfacing of the Legion track and whether that would impact hosting of the games. So we don't need the track resurfaced to host the Special Olympics next summer. Second answer is the athletics group was not successful in receiving the CFEP grant that they applied for. And the third point is the high school provincials have been delayed as a decision needs to be made with regards to the rec facility because it does impact some of the athletics amenities. So the provincials have been delayed.
Okay, thanks for those answers. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure if this question is relevant since our last comment from Mr. Lemieux, but I'm going to ask it anyway. The Legion track field and Parkside dugouts, if we went into the definition of facility renewal, would those locations fit under facilities? If ever we wanted to fund them through facility renewal?
Chief Whiteway.
So,
track and dugouts, would they qualify for facility renewal?
that one, I would have to check in on. It's a new. It's really supposed to be vertical infrastructure, so our buildings and facilities. If you're resurfacing a track, that's a bit of a stretch, and as well, installation of something new is not really renewing. So I would say no, that under policy now, it wouldn't fit the definition.
Okay.
Well, but that's not no. It's just not how currently it would fit. Council has options there. Councillor Blackmore.
I'm curious if we have in what the timeline would be, or what if we have a future plan for the entrance to Muskosipi Park, specifically the sidewalk, the brick sidewalk leading down alongside the road. It's terrible. It's narrow. It's lumpy, and it's full of weeds. I'm wondering if we have that rehabilitation somewhere on the horizon. And if not, I think we need to start thinking about that.
Sorry, do you mean on, just for Chief Glavin, do you mean on 100th Ave? Going down the hill?
Walking down the main entrance.
The main entrance. Okay.
Yeah.
Chief Glavin, do you happen to know?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm not sure specifically on timing for that one, but I believe that would fall in our inspection program and would be rated based on its priority. But I can get that information. I just don't have it offhand.
And there might be some delay because you might need to move the curb to widen the sidewalk. I don't know. But it bothers me a lot. It's not a welcoming entrance to the park at all.
Okay. Councillor Thiessen, and then I'll jump in the queue.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Blackmore light bulbed me. So there's a couple things that I just wanted to put on administration's radar. I'm sure you probably already know. Mayor Clayton asked about the road inside, but I take that road right off of the 100th all the time, and it almost looks like in areas it's pretty much failing. It's starting to crack and fall apart. Big potholes are forming there, so that may be an area that we may want to look at. Another area is literally just across the street in the library parking lot at the Montrose Cultural Center. There's a huge sag there. Does administration have that parking lot or Muskosipi Park's parking lot on their radar for refurbishment and or replacement?
Chief Clapp.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'll have to follow up with our group to see where those would lie.
CFO Whiteway, is it possible that the dugouts could be funded through public reserve, as I see this as an expansion of a parks area?
Okay, thanks for the question, Mayor Clayton. Public reserve? Yeah. Okay, let me just take a peek here. I mean, again, and I'll go back to this is a council policy. This one, though, the Public Reserve is Municipal Government Act required, so I'd like to take a look further. Yeah.
That'd be great. The other one I wondered about in regards to that, Chief Glavin can remind me what the playground and amenity replacements for 2025 included, if any of them were creation or expansions of parks areas, or is it strictly replacement? Tear something out, put something in.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Both replacements.
Okay. And then the other question I had for the CFO, don't need it this instant, but could you come back with any items that are currently on the capital budget? If there's any items indicated for capital tax that have other options for funding. I know you always look for the best suitable options, that capital taxes has the least impact, but is there any that you thought were a better choice for capital tax but could have another funding source? And I don't need a list right now, but if you could come back, that'd be great. Okay, with that, I see no more questions for operations. I'm going to move to Public and Protective Services Capital, and I'll turn it over to Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So under capital asks for Public and Protective Services, the first one is the CKC tennis and basketball court rehab. So those are the tennis courts that are near the entrance to Design Works. Those tennis and basketball courts are owned by the City of Grande Prairie. Some people think that they're owned by the school board. They're actually ours. We're asking for $10,000. That's just to do a geotechnical engineering work to assess the scope of necessary repairs. And the funding for the repairs are in the 2026 budget. So for 2025, it's $10,000. From Grande Prairie Fire Department, fire equipment replacement, that's an annual ongoing asks for mostly primarily life safety equipment, so bunker gear, so it's firefighter gear, self-contained breathing apparatus replacement, air bottles replacement, radios replacement, fire hose, extrication gear, and pumps. In the past, that amount was $300,000, it's been reduced to $250,000. The next item is the voice logger replacement. That is the piece of technology in GP 911 that records all communication, including phone communication and radio communication. The voice logger that we have currently is near the life expectancy, and the GP 911 provincial grant is a source that we can use to replace that piece of equipment, so that's where the funding will come from. I will come back to the Integrated Emergency Communication Center, as I have a separate slide for that, so I'll go down to the Activity and Reception Center. We need exterior signage for that particular building. It's a beautiful building, and it's not very well marked, so we need exterior signage for that building. That's capital tax request for $30,000. And at the museum, we have the west trailer roof is leaking, so we need to spend some money from the facility renewal reserve to repairs to the roof. And two more items, Special Olympics Alberta Summer Games. We're asking for $50,000 from the Council Strategic Initiatives. The sport tourism strategy is an unfunded item. We left it in the budget because it was a council strategic priority, but it is unfunded in the budget. And if we move to the next slide, I'll speak more specifically about the integrated dispatch or integrated emergency coordination center. That's a proposed project to expand services by integrated emergency dispatch between fire and police. And dispatching services are required for GPPS to become the police of jurisdiction. And these amounts are included in the management's proposed budget. So we're proposing $1.2 million from the future expenditure reserve. And a lot of that $1.1 million will be used for technology upgrade. And some of that funding, $100,000, will be used for facility renos. We're then proposing to use funding in the amount of $850,000 from the 911 grant. And of that $850,000, $200,000 will be used for the facility planning and design. $200,000 will be used for IT planning and design. And the remaining will be used for some renos to the facility that's selected. There's $1 million that will come from the transition grant, and most of that will go towards technology. And then we're proposing $700,000 from the 2024 forecasted surplus, and most of that will go to facility construction and renovations. So I'd be happy to answer any questions on these capital requests.
Recognizing Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thank you, Chief Lemieux. A question on the activity and reception center exterior signage. So capital tax, $30,000. I do agree. It probably needs better signage outside. But couldn't that be like an awesome sponsorship opportunity? I mean, when we do Bonnet's Energy Center, like part of the sponsor agreement is that the sponsor will put their sign up on the wall, typically at their cost and stuff like that. When I see the activity reception center, just one that I think of is ARC. You know, it's just, there's lots of sponsors out there, but I mean, I think it'd be a privilege for lots of businesses to be able to put their name on there. Has administration considered funding this through sponsorship?
Chief Lemieux.
Thank you for the question. So we have done and continue to do work with our marketing department to try and identify naming rights for that facility. We'll continue to work on that. We have not been successful to date.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor. In the Integrated Emergency Communication Center, that table that you had, I see 1.9 million in our books, and you had 1.2 million. Can you just help me out there?
Again, possibly.
Thank you. Good observation. There's a difference in your book versus what's on my slide, and that's because we've split the funding sources. We're proposing 1.2 from future expenditures reserve and 700,000 from the 2024 forecasted surplus. In your book, it shows 1.9 from the future expenditure reserve. We've just split those two out.
I didn't get to that bottom part yet. Thank you.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. So then, just going along that, is that something that'll just be amended in the final version, or do we need a motion to amend that in the actual budget?
I would expect that at the end we will talk about any funding streams, such as using surplus towards the end, correct, Ms. Whiteway?
For this one in particular, if approved as presented, it would assume the surplus, and when presented at year end, it will be taken from the surplus.
So no motion needed to do
Correct.
what was on the slide.
Correct.
Okay. And then I really appreciated where Councillor Thiessen was going on the ARC sign. So I am curious if I don't know what you're envisioning with this signage. If we did put up that sign and then somebody came forward and they were willing to write us a big check to name the building the next day, would that signage be a throwaway cost, or would it be potentially complementary to a naming rights sign?
I think it would become complementary for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, good. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
just going to jump in before Councillor Bosch. I had a question in regards to. I lost it. Go ahead, Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor. To the tennis and basketball court rehab, right now it's 10,000. Next year is my concern, and that's where I'm going back to this facility renewal piece. That maybe a heads up to council that maybe we have to look at what that means in the definition side, because to me that's a facility of some sort. It might be flat and not vertical, but nonetheless. So I think that we have some perhaps work to do in our definitions.
Councillor Blackmore.
I'm curious about the arc sign. Are we looking at the red peaked signs that we've been using throughout our parks and recreation spaces? Are we looking for that consistent type of sign?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll have to confirm. I don't believe so. I believe that the way that building is oriented, when you drive by, you could see the one wall very well. So I believe that it would be a large sign, letters on that side of the building. But I'll confirm with my staff.
Okay. I like it when we have consistent signage across the city. But I can understand.
Depending if the
that would be
facility has a
cheaper.
logo, right? Like the Eastlink Center has a logo for its facility, and yeah, like a the multicolored thing.
Yeah.
For sure. I had a question, Chief Glavin, on the Special Olympics. Didn't council already fund 75,000 out of council strategic initiatives for this last year? Ms. Whiteway, seems yeah.
I'm just going to look up the 2024 budget, but bear with me a moment. So in last year's capital plan for Special Olympics Alberta Summer Games, council strategic initiatives 40,000 for 2024.
So was it forecasted at that time we expected to fund another?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm going back to the slide that was presented by Chief Lemieux, and I'm just curious why administration chose to use surplus instead of just leaving it with future expenditure reserve as the funding source.
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Part of the reason was due to the forecasted surplus we had coming in and realizing that there was a lot in this capital plan that needed to be funded. We also are seeing a surplus specifically within police, and that is one of the drivers behind our 2024 expected surplus. We thought it appropriate to utilize that funding for this initiative.
Okay.
If you wish to change that, it's always an option. Councillor Blackmore.
This is not an indication of my support, but I'm wondering if we were to support sport tourism strategy for $100,000, is where would we pull that money from? It's currently unfunded, and I'm not sure that we couldn't do that in-house.
So, Chief Lemieux, comments?
So the sport tourism strategy basically would be hiring a consultant that's an expert in that particular area. That's what we're looking at here. So that was a proposal under this item.
You don't think we have the ability to do that in-house?
Not to the extent that a subject matter expert would do. Could we do some work in-house? We've already done some preliminary work in-house, but certainly not to the level that's proposed here.
But there's no real urgency in doing this year, is there?
No, there is not. We have left this on the books because this has been a council priority in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to actually talk about that sport tourism strategy as well. Just our past history, just as long as I've been around, the Indigenous Hockey championships, Special Olympics, prior Winter Games, all the ball and volleyball and all kinds of sport that is going on. I'm not sure that this is necessary this year, and I'm not sure that we can't do it.
That's why it's unfunded.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. I don't see anyone else in the queue, so I'll turn it back over to the CFO. Apologize, my budget closed. I don't recall what's next. Do you have answers for some of the questions for me? Oh, capital budget referrals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. This is the last item to go through for capital. So same as we went through with operating, there's a number of motions that are made during the year to refer items to budget deliberations. So I will just give a bit of a rundown, and then we do have some slides specifically with some detail for other chiefs to walk through. But first off, we will go through the infrastructure upgrades at Portstad Hill. We'll go through some more detailed proposed cricket locations, city owned rentable assets, covered outdoor structures, the Bear Paw driving range in Nitehawk, the Helping Hands referral, yes, from the other day. And then I will just touch on the GPPS capital. So that one, really just a flag that as discussed with operating, GPPS's budget was referred. They do have one capital item that would be tax funded, and that is included in management's capital plan there. So, and then we'll go through paving gravel areas. So I'll pass it actually off to Chief Glavin on our infrastructure upgrade referral.
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just to summarize what was presented to Council previously, we are looking at the supply and install of a transformer, power kiosk, and distribution cabinet at the bottom of Borstad Hill. This would meet the requirements of Bear Creek Folk Festival and would be subsequently available to any other events that needed to use that power. For context, that's approximately $282,000 as we've had an estimate from ATCO. Currently, the power costs for Bear Creek Folk Festival are about $15,000 a year. It's estimated that the costs of the infrastructure at this site will be $23,000 a year to the city. This is not something that we are recommending to go forward with.
Okay. You want to continue?
Chief Lemieux will handle proposed cricket locations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if you recall, the cricket location was a report that was brought to committee some time ago. There were three options presented, and it was referred to budget. Option one was to relocate the pitch to Signature Falls from its current location and purchase new equipment. And you've got a list of that particular cost, so $150,000. We have existing funding available of $6,000. So that would mean moving the main pitch, practice pitch, storage shed, and screen, purchase and install 2 dugouts similar to those used for ball diamonds, and purchase a portable score clock at the new location at Signature Falls. Option 2 is basically site enhancements and equipment remaining at the existing North Ridge pitch. The new funding required would be $45,000, as we have $6,000 set aside already. That would reposition the site screen and practice cage, purchase and install 2 dugouts, and purchase the portable clock. And the third option for consideration is maintaining the status quo with simply installing a fence between the practice pitch and the playground at North Ridge. So those are the three options in front of you.
Okay, and just before I go to the queue, Ms. White, this one could be funded from the public reserve, correct? It's an expansion. It's a new part.
Yeah, and that's what we'll look at and bring back for. I do want to double check with the MGA versus our policy and make sure we haven't used that one for a funding source in a little while.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. Can I quickly ask another question then? We haven't used that as a funding source for a little while, so why are we suggesting to put $50,000 into it?
Thank you for the question. That would be the required interest earnings on that money.
Okay, thanks so much. Councillor Plot.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm just curious on the dugouts here. They're 20,000 for 2, and the other ones were 80,000 for 4. Is this a different design dugout, or are these different dugouts that are between cricket and ball?
Chief Lemieux, do you happen to know the difference?
Don't have that answer, but we'll get an answer from you.
And my other question, just around cricket, if we were to choose the option 1, option 2, could it be repurposed into a soccer field or ball diamonds or anything else instead?
Chief Lemieux.
Again, we'll check with our Parks Department. I don't see why we couldn't repurpose Northridge.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. Well, so far I like what my colleagues are saying. Park money and build another soccer space. My question about Signature Falls and option 2. Option 2, there was some issues with noise and sound, correct? And option 1 was almost no issues with noise, correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So option 2 is remaining at the existing site, and certainly you have seen delegations in the past few months come to council with concerns about the location of the practice cage. So you're correct about that. Option 1 is moving to a totally different location.
Yeah, I like option 1 if we can fund it outside of normal funding, the parks idea.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. It's kind of an interesting thing because the neighborhood would really like the cricket people to move to a different location. The cricket people don't really care if they move or not, but I feel that cricket just continues to grow, and I think they've reached almost capacity where they're at. If we don't move them this year or even next year, we'll be moving them in 3 years, I think. So I think this is a reasonable cost. It just makes more sense to me at this time. It might not make more sense to the cricket players, though, but certainly the neighborhood would be happy.
Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, I'm just here to give some more information on the existing cricket pitch. It was originally designed with 2 soccer fields there. What they did was move the 2 soccer fields and moved them wide enough that they could put the pitch in there, and that's how we got it. And it was all through parks. It didn't really cost us a lot of money because they were able to work it into the park system. But there is adequate room for 2, I think they were junior soccer fields. And so that's how that come about.
Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just curious on the proposed cricket location. I guess we could add if we wanted to, but did administration think about doing any? I see it says practice pitch, storage shed, and screens, but I'm just wondering, we're going to go into a brand new location, new area. Was there any thought about lining this with trees and what the cost would be if we actually line this pitch right away with trees?
Chief Lemieux.
The proposed budget does not include additional money for landscaping. Certainly it's something we could look at, but it's not included in this cost.
So I like to throw out numbers and guess, but I'm just curious if administration would know if we were to add a tree planting system around that, approximately what it would cost, because I'd probably look at making a motion if we're going to go ahead with this. I'd like to see us actually go ahead and put some trees in right away so that in 10 years we have a facility that we're really proud of.
Well, I can tell you this many trees on 1D of the urban is $100,000 of the urban strategy. So I don't know if that equates, Chief Glavin, something similar.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. It depends on the size of the tree and whether or not we have it warrantied or not. We've seen a dramatic cost escalation in warranted trees from I think $675 in 2023, and the quotes that came back last year locally were $1,095 per tree. So I think a 60-something% increase. We actually didn't end up awarding it this year, and we're creating a bigger contract for next year to hopefully attract better prices. Because I don't know if it was a market anomaly or what, but we saw very, very significant increases in cost.
So just a thought on that: are we forced to put in a 2-inch caliber tree everywhere in an area like this? Could we do like we did all along?
Shelter belt trees would be perfect here.
Yeah, like I'm just looking at some of the areas where we went with the lower cost trees, like on 116th by West Point. That area we did about 4 or 5 years ago. It's starting to look very mature, very beautiful, but probably a heck of a lot less cost per tree. So that would be an option here if we want to do that. We wouldn't be going to get some kind of design standards or something else. If we wanted to just plant smaller trees.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Administration could work within any budget. If there's a budget, we can design something that would fit that.
Thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My question in regards to option number 1, has administration had any conversations with the Cricket Association in regards to potential sponsorship opportunities? So I see all kinds of opportunities right in front of me here for people to get, some skin in the game as well.
Chief Lemieux.
Thank you for the question. We have had some conversations with the Cricket Club, and we'll continue to have those conversations. Certainly, I think they're open to try and help as best as they can financially. So we'll continue those conversations.
Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, I think I know where some of my colleagues are going with that, and I do struggle to ask them to contribute, since again, it's not really them asking to contribute, it's the neighborhood wanting them to move. But I know they have contributed some costs that they would lose if they moved, so we'd be kind of forcing them to lose some of their earned money. Do you remember how much that was that they've invested they'd be losing if we made the move?
Not off the top of my head, but I will find out for you.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Bressie, that is done. All right, I see no further questions. If we can move next to the city-owned rentable assets. Chief Lemieux.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is to do with city-owned rentable assets. So it includes, well, you see a list on the screen in front of you. Yeah, this is a stage and equipment that we could reuse and that we could potentially rent. So we've included the operational expenses, on the list. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Blackmore.
In addition to the Bear Creek Folk Festival, have we identified groups of people who would want to rent this equipment, or are they our kind of sole market, them and us?
Chief Lemieux.
I believe some external events have been identified. We're listing 3 here. I don't have the details, but I can get that for you. So there are limited opportunities to rent the stage.
And the stage and equipment at $216,000, that's a large stage?
Chief Lemieux.
Yes, I believe that is a large stage.
So the stage that we used, can I keep going?
Yep.
The stage that we used for Experienced GP, I think, is quite a bit smaller than the main stage that they've been using at Bear Creek. So I'm wondering, are we looking at that full-size, scaled-up stage like the main stage at the Folk Festival?
So I believe I thought you were talking about Experience GP or the Folk Fest? Folk Fest?
I'm wondering between those two stages, can you tell me which size you're looking at?
In terms of dimensions, I got the exact dimensions. My understanding is this stage would be used for Experienced GP, so we wouldn't have to rent a stage, but I'll try and get the detailed dimensions for you.
Okay. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. I'm curious if we could find some information. I I have some limited memory in talking to event staff about, we had staging at one point years ago, and that there was inspection and like when you're setting them up, particularly taking them down, the inspection side of it and the insurance side of it made it undesirable to own your own. Now, if we could like reach back and find out what that all means, I would hate to get in that situation before again, because the insurance piece of it was a consideration, and the manpower to set it up, take it down.
Chief Lemieux?
So I don't have that historical information, but I'll certainly ask the question and bring the information back.
Mayor Clayton, may I add to that? So we've incorporated in here the inspections, the cleaning, the other things. I think to be what's the most unknown there is external events times 3, 21,000. So yes, there's potential that other events could rent the stage. We could also incur savings so that we don't have to rent a stage. But if you can't go beyond Bear Creek Folk Festival or internal savings and can't attract someone else to rent it, then you will end up being in a negative position and you won't end up making money. So this has been put together on the basis that potentially there's 3 other external, but that's not been confirmed for certain. So it is a hopeful 13,000 net revenue.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I just want to confirm, have we talked to Bear Creek Folk Festival and made sure that they'd actually use a stage that it meets their specs?
Chief Lemieux.
I believe so, but again, I'll reconfirm.
Okay. And also, do we know how this compares to the costs they're already paying for their stage?
Chief Lemieux.
Again, I'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Black.
I think that they've been borrowing their stages from Edmonton Folk Festival, and this past festival was the last year. They have that option. But if the stage that we're looking at is not big enough to suit their needs as the main stage, we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot. And so I think that it's really important that we make sure we're buying the right size. And it makes me think of the Olympic swimming pool in Edmonton that didn't qualify for Olympic times because after they tiled it, it was 1/4 of an inch too short. Like, we just need to make sure we get it the right size. The other thing is if we have the stage, whether it's rented or not, every time you rent it, there's more damage and there's more wear and tear on the stage. So, in some ways, not renting it out a lot would be an advantage rather than a disadvantage.
I'm just gonna, my recollection, but Councillor Thiessen's next. He may know more. With the 3 stages, I thought in the conversation that the size of stage we're looking at will fill one of their needs, not their main stage need, was my recollection. But and there was still us. Yeah. Yeah. And, pardon me? Okay, perfect. And then the other piece being exactly like you said, Councillor Blackmore, setting it up and using it is great, but the storage and the teardown are what kills its shelf life, right? You don't store it properly, it's not going to last as long. No, but the conversation between Bear Creek Folk Fest. Yeah. Anyways, Councillor Thiessen, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I was pretty much going to say a lot of what you said, the storage, the maintenance, the upkeep. You pretty much have to have a dedicated person to it. The reality is the Bear Creek Folk Festival didn't even ask us for this. This was a referral from council to say, hey, how can we be helpful? Let's cost this out. Now we got the cost. I was actually more excited about the electricity upgrades, and then because I thought it'd be in the $50,000 to $70,000 range, and coming in at $282 is kind of jaw dropping for me. Yeah, there's for me. I don't have appetite for this. I remember renting the old sidecar stage, and we used to rent that out. I think it was $1,000 to any community group who wanted it. It got to the point where when I was doing events, they're like, well, nobody wants it anymore, so we'll just lend it out for free. So like Councillor Blackmore says, if we don't have a use for it, we're just going to use it, and we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot. And in the end, we'll probably donate it to people who want to do events, and it'll just be a gift in kind, because that's likely what they'll ask for. So my largest concern is, where the heck are we going to store this? Now, I know some of them fold up into trailers and we can just put it in one of our yards, but the reality is it still takes up a lot of space, and it is a lot of cost. So I'm not in support of this. Thanks.
Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, one of the biggest concerns in the summertime is there's a lot of events going on between rodeos and stuff like that. So sometimes the stage that you want isn't available, and the cost of bringing a stage up from Calgary to meet a need in Grande Prairie can get very expensive. So I'm just throwing that information out because I do know that's valid information.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm still leaning towards actually getting the stage. From what I understand, that the Bear Creek Folk Festival was going to lose their ability to get that main stage, or so I thought, after this year. And that I recall that they actually were hoping that that might be something that we could do as a city. I look at the black tent that we have outside of the Bonnett's Energy Center, and I thought we would use that 2 or 3 times a year, and we're actively using it. So in my mind, as we have different events throughout the year, I could see us utilizing it more and more than what's been indicated, just because we do have it, and it would be better than a lot of other options that may not be available right now. So I'm not entirely sold on it, but I am leaning towards the actual purchase.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. My question to administration is there a dedicated location to host something like this for storage? Because to my understanding in conversations, we don't have any space, particularly indoor space.
Chief Lemieux, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So in terms of storage, I believe that's included in the price here. It would most likely be a CCAN, and it would most likely be stored at South Bear Creek. I also have additional information in that we've consulted with the Bear Creek Folk Festival. We actually got the specs from the Bear Creek Folk Festival, so it would be their intent to use the stage. The main stage would be 48 feet by 40 feet, and the side stage would be 24 feet by 16 feet.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I'm not ready to vote yes on this. I don't think we have enough of a business case to make any money, especially when you look at the wear and tear and the cost to have someone make sure that it's properly inspected and set up properly.
All right, so there's no motions currently. We're still going through the list of deferred items. Recognize Councillor Blackmore, and then I'm going to do one more item as we have to.
Chief Lemieux, or whoever's running the computer, can you bring up the slide about the electrical project there? So, 182,000.
The next item, we're going to do one more item before we finish for the day. We're going to do item number 6 for administration information on the deferred item, which is the Helping Hands food security backbone service as presented at standing committee this week. It was $80,000 a year. I could be making this up, but I think administration suggested that it came from Council Strategic Initiatives. I'll turn that over to Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So you are correct. The recommendation from administration was that council fund $80,000 per year over 2 years to Helping Hands from the council strategic initiatives.
So this is an opportunity for any additional questions that you may have that will help you make a decision tomorrow. Councillor Blackmore.
Oh, sorry, no. That's
Okay.
from before.
Okay, so I'm going to call it for today. It's 4:59. We have multiple items in the referred list, Bear Paw, Nitehawk, the GPS Capital, and the paving gravel areas. We will start off with those tomorrow morning, then we'll come back with any questions or answers that may have come up, and then we'll just start discussion and debate on capital. Councillor O'Connor.
Yeah, this is in reference to Helping Hands. I'm just wondering, do we know, Mr. Lemieux, of whether or not they have the capacity for being the backbone organization, and what is the specifications that they need to meet? Like, has it been spelled out?
Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have met with Helping Hands a couple of times and have worked with them on developing a business case. So we are confident that with the seed funding, they will have the resources to action a backbone organization, and we feel confident that they understand what a backbone organization is. We also know that they have received several letters of support from other organizations that are involved in food security within the municipality.
Thank you.
All right, so we are adjourned for today. See you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.